Wait, can you see the man?
Yeah, it's on.
Let's see what man. All right. Um,
It'll get knocked off if I leave him up here.
all right. Welcome to the Seizn Podcast. We don't have Jeff watching us this morning because we got Jeff with us.
Hi,
Hey,
Um,
everybody.
number one fan, number one guest. Hell yeah.
Push the like button,
A what?
subscribe,
press the thumbs up button,
the
Oh,
thumbs
yeah.
up.
press the little bell so you know when we going live. Um,
Yep, yep.
And thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming.
anytime.
Love,
Um,
always love hearing your thoughts and opinions.
Mark, you want to start with rocket news?
Rocket news. Um, yeah, so last I checked, I hadn't gotten it all nice and organized this time, so my rocket news summary will probably be kind of a mess, but I know that Blue Origin is they have officially started to clear the launch pad 36A after the New Glenn explosion. Um, but they're still not sure what caused the big boom. So that's kind of important because a lot of people would just assume, oh, New Glenn rocket, they're doing hot fire test, and then big explosion that takes the entire rocket up. Um, must mean that the rocket has a problem that they need to fix. Um, but they're not finished with the investigation yet. And um, something uh, something on the ground in the equipment that they were using for the test itself, um, fueling lines, um, cryo stuff, whatever. Yeah, it could have come from outside and then gone up and engulfed the entire thing. But yeah, once it starts going up, it's basically just a big bomb, a big, gigantic tube with, fuel and oxygen. So that's part of why New Glenn is, or they're hopeful that the New Glenn will be able to fly again by the end of this year, particularly because it's going to be taking up the uh, I'm forgetting the name of the rover, but the lunar rover for the new Artemis mission. Uh, the design is specifically dimensioned to the New Glenn rocket. So as it is, it cannot fit on the Falcon Heavy. Um, Starship can't take it up. So yeah, if they can't get the New Glenn flying, then they're going to have a big problem with Artemis. But uh, Blue Origin at Launchpad 36A has been building, they have a ground facility there and they run their transporter erector vehicle out through the runway from this, horizontal facility for their rocket assembly, and then, raise it up there at the launch pad. But their design is such that they have another launch pad at the other side. Or they're working on it. They don't have it ready yet. They have a pathway there. So their hope has been to be able to, roll them out, build build the boosters and recover them off the coast and bring them right back. And then they've got the two pads right there and just boom, 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 boom. That's why Blue Origin is hopeful that they can begin to bridge the gap between themselves and SpaceX, particularly in the Artemis and in the government contract um, sphere, because the the U.S. government wants to have or does not want to have only a single commercial launch supplier for orbital stuff. So that's why they've been keeping like ULA afloat. That's why they've had so much investment, so much funding going into Blue Origin is because they don't want a monopoly from SpaceX, which is a good thing, I think, because uh, if uh, historically, we've seen if there is a monopoly, then they start fleecing the customers that they're providing. And right now there is a big shortage of launch providers too. So um, there is a backlog of people who want to get satellites up in orbit, even with the number of launches that SpaceX has been giving with the Falcon 9 and the number that they plan to be able to do as soon as Starship gets um, launching and releasing satellites and not blowing up. Um, it will still, have uh, enough demand for other competitors like Rocket Lab um, is coming. I think they're doing a lot of their stuff over at in the Carolinas. Um, there's a couple others. Um, I'm blanking on the names right now too, but yeah. So it's interesting what's happening here, what's going on, um, particularly because the demand has so far outpaced the capacity that yeah, even a catastrophic loss like this is not going to deter customers from going and signing contracts with Blue Origin still. So I don't know. It's a 6 month turnaround to get New Glenn launching again. Um, from the rocket side of the whole thing, that's not too unrealistic. They've already got another booster uh, here in Cape Canaveral. They lost their transporter erector in the blow up, but I think last time we read out an article uh, explaining that there was, I don't know, something about they were planning on replacing it anyway, and they had something in the works, so even that wouldn't be a big setback. But yeah, really cool stuff. Um, SpaceX is planning to launch the Super Heavy from Vandenberg over there in California. So, Pookie, you might be able to see some big rockets going across the sky at some point in the not too distant future,
Um,
probably within a year or
Meaning
two.
today? Oh, within a year or
Not
two.
today. Well, actually, most of the launches in the next few months are early morning launches. over there. So
Okay.
there,
I won't
I
see him.
think there was one at 7 a.m. Yeah. Oh, June 14th at, uh, oh wait, no, that one's pushed back. June 15th from Vandenberg at 10 a.m., but that's 10 a.m. Eastern time, so 7 a.m.
Yeah, I won't be up. Definitely.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. 7 a.m. launches here are, but I mean, Cape Canaveral is right at the East Coast. So basically, anywhere on the Florida Peninsula, you're looking towards the sun to try to watch those going up. So it's not worth it's not worth going to watch those launches. Um, Personally, I don't know. Hey, Falcon 9 is at, well, okay. June 17th, there's one here in Florida going up at 2:39 a.m. But that's also, sleepy time for me. But that's kind of, wait, Bluebird, yeah, Bluebird Block 2. So AST Space Mobile's Bluebird Block 2 satellites deliver 10 times the bandwidth capacity of Bluebird Block 1. Uh, ba, ba, ba. Yeah, broadband internet satellites going up there.
mm,
Um, going to be a competitor for Starlink, the Bluebird. At least that's what it sounds like. I don't know. I haven't heard a lot of details about that, but um, I don't know. Is Bluebird the Amazon version, like Bezos's version of Elon Musk's Starlink? Is
no
like
idea.
copy
I
me
thought it
too.
was.
Um,
Sounds familiar.
yeah. Do you know? Is Bluebird the
I don't know. I
I'm not
can't say.
positive.
uh AST Space? Oh yeah, right. I just read it. AST Space Mobile, but company. Even if it's not Amazon, it could be owned by Bezos and connected to it. I don't know. But moving on from that, rocket news, there is one more rocket news thing that I think is really cool, really noteworthy. Um, NASA today has announced the crew members that will be on board the um, Artemis III mission going up. So, as of today, we now know NASA astronaut Andre Douglas, ESA's astronaut Luca Parmitano, um, NASA astronauts Randy Bresnik and Frank Rubio will be the four Artemis 3 crew members to go in low Earth orbit to test integrated operations between the Orion spacecraft and one or more commercial landers from SpaceX and Blue Origin, respectively. So that's interesting because Blue Origin will need to get their lander up and running in order, or they will need to get their rocket up and running in order to get their lander up. to test integration with the Artemis III program. So I don't know if they have an eye on when they want to launch the Artemis III rocket, but um, yeah, that's I think that's enough rocket news. Yeah,
Up to you.
there's there's more, I'm sure. There's plenty of people who have entire channels dedicated to rocket news. So um, don't let me ramble because it can go. Um,
um,
we need to talk about something else then. Um, how about
you lead and I
um,
shall follow.
mm, Jeff, hold on. There was one I thought you were, or I thought was pretty. Wait, where is the top of it? Okay. Yeah, there was an article
Conjunction.
that you had shared, the new Guinness record.
Oh,
I thought
for
would
the
be a
Marilyn
good.
Monroe lookalikes.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
they hold this contest every year in Palm Springs. Um, they have a Marilyn Monroe lookalike as part of Pride Month, and
yeah,
they all come in blonde wigs and a version of that skirt that she wore in Some Like It Hot, where over the subway grate her skirt rises up. Uh, and this year set the world record, the Guinness World Record, uh, for most people gathering to honor that her birthday. Um,
yeah. Here, there's a whole article here, right?
yeah,
I'll read the article.
yeah.
Um, yeah, it says Tony McAllister, Palm Springs, California. The iconic Marilyn Monroe would have turned 100 on June 1st. I did not know that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Even though she's been gone for over 60 years, her centenarian, I think that's right, centenarian birthday was celebrated worldwide. So wait, it would have been her 100th birthday, and she's been gone for 60 years. She was only
Yeah,
40 when she passed away.
yeah, yeah,
Wow. Yeah. No wonder it's so tragic. Okay, moving on. Yeah, no place did it bigger than Palm Springs. On Friday, the records management team at Guinness World Records in London formally notified Palm Springs Pride that its application for, quote, the largest gathering of people dressed as Marilyn Monroe was approved, confirming a new Guinness World Records title with 1,037 participants gathered at 4:59 p.m. on May 30, 2026 to celebrate the late Siren's 100th. That is a very specific 4:59 p.m. No rounding. No,
right.
not with Guinness.
Not with Guinness. They're very accurate.
The participants were dressed in platinum wigs and replicas of Monroe's unforgettable white halter dress from the 1955 film The 7-Year Itch. Marilyn Monroe's
Oh, I said the
famous
wrong film.
7-year itch moment standing over a windy subway grate. Uh, okay, yeah, the record-breaking gathering took place as part of Maryland 100, a 5-day celebration held May 28 through June 1st. The milestone event brought together Maryland lookalikes from across the country and around the world. The event featured entertainment, community celebrations, special appearances, and culminated with the successful Guinness World Records achievement. Palm Springs is known as a destination beloved by the late Hollywood actress. The city even boasts a giant statue of the sex symbol titled Forever Marilyn, which captures her famous 7-year itch moment standing over a windy subway grate, dress billowing. That, I don't know, that kind of, the city boasts a giant statue of the sex symbol. I mean, I get that that's what, but I don't know. That's a little objectification. It's not really necessary, right? Is
But
it
that
just
best
me?
defines her.
Huh?
That best defines who she was and the roles that she played.
And yeah, I guess,
And you
and the
may look at
cultural view of her at the
it's
time.
yeah, you could look at it that way in 2026, but in
Yeah.
the 60s or the 50s, we didn't look at it like that. That was just how she was known,
Yeah.
and there was
Sex
no
symbol, not
disrespect.
sex object.
Yeah, a sex
But
symbol. We didn't. It wasn't that we objectified her. We
I mean, maybe a
glorified
little
her.
bit though.
Yeah, well, some people are always going to be like that, but it
Yeah.
wasn't the general feeling. The general feeling was that we thought she was a wonderful woman
Yeah.
and a terrific actress.
I
Um,
mean, yeah, her happy birthday, Mr. President. It's not like that was pushed upon her. She kind of sexied up happy birthday all on her own.
yeah, she did. That's who she was,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know, and that's
yeah,
how women of the time were.
yeah.
They
Okay,
wanted to be sexy to attract men.
okay, okay.
You know, don't forget it was a
Well,
whole different time. Half the stuff that we did back then would get us shot now.
or at least
Yeah.
canceled, right?
You're right.
Right.
You know, if I told half the people what happened in the 50s and early 60s, they would be mortified at the way we lived. It was totally different than the way it is now.
Yeah. The way times have changed.
Yeah,
They always do.
yeah.
Even just
Do you,
like seeing the differences with what's going on with like my kids in their 20s is
Yeah,
so different than what I experienced at that age. It's just a
right.
totally different.
yeah.
And what you're experiencing at your age is totally different than what I experienced at your age.
Yeah.
Well, heck, yeah. Even just television from 20 years ago. Yeah, like you said, your children, 20-year-old children or 20 something ish, whatever. I was just watching some South Park last night. And what was it? I mean, way back, like way back, I think it was like season 13 or something. Just remembering my roommates at the time and watching it, and now looking back, the some of the um, yeah, some of the stuff that they were talking about would get them canceled as crazy, out of out of line homophobic people, you know,
Mhm.
using the F word and not F dash dash dash.
I know what you're
Uh,
saying.
right. Yeah.
We're about the
Openly and
same age. I know what we're
repeatedly as a pejorative, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
Um, yeah, and they had a whole episode differentiating that, when they say that, they don't mean gay people. It's just, you know, bad or whatever. I'm like, no, it's unacceptable. Either way, anyway, I don't know. I don't know. Has that language policing improved anything though? Like, I don't know.
I've
that's a good
noticed.
question.
I think people are more apt to hide behind how they really feel by using more correct language.
Yeah.
The,
Some people
the hope.
people are easily offended these days.
Right.
Is it better for them to hide how they really feel, or would it? I might put forth that arguably it could be better that they let awful opinions out so we know
Yeah,
what they
that's what I
really
think.
think, know who they
Yeah,
Know the
really
truth.
are deep down.
I
They
agree
don't
with
want to hurt
that.
anyone's feelings. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Too many people are offended too easily. Uh,
yeah. Well, that gives a degree of power over another person, especially in today's society with the cancel culture. I mean, that's kind of moved on. I don't hear so much about cancellation these days. That was more like a decade ago. But um, uh, dang it, I forgot how I began that sentence. On an important topic too. That's not good. Um, cancel something about cancel.
something about cancel culture happened over a decade ago.
Yeah.
Uh,
Um,
You don't
uh,
hear about it so much anymore.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I lost it. I think I lost that momentum. I need to try to focus a little bit harder. Yeah. Um,
My
The
focus needs more focus.
yeah,
right.
thing
more
that I
focus.
really didn't
Uh,
like about the cancel culture is that people were afraid to speak how they really felt. So you couldn't really know how what a person was and what was inside of them. Um, and I just didn't like that. I'd rather hear somebody say something bad, and I'm
you
old
know how you
enough to get
feel.
over that. You know, at least I know how you feel. If I don't like it, it's my option not to listen anymore. There were
Yeah,
plenty of
okay.
people that,
I think I got it now. The offense gives a degree of power, like when you're um uh offended by something somebody said and you tell them that and you let them know and whatever. It's like you have s- something over them and mm, um in this culture more recently it feels like uh being offended or being offensive is uh, one of the worst things that you can do or be to somebody in it, like a casual, like social interaction. If somebody's offended, then you need to um, like apologize, cater to them or something. Um, that's not that's not a good way to articulate what I was trying to say. But there's an elevation of victimhood um, in like casual conversation that um, I don't know, that stifles a lot of um, e- exchange of opinion, particularly across the aisle. You know, it's safest to talk about one's true political beliefs and ideas only with the insular group that agrees. They're not,
Like-minded people.
yeah, the echo chamber, right?
Yeah.
Um, and yeah, and trying to um, step out of that, you risk being part of the problem, um, or at least part of the problem from the perspective of give or
The other
take
side.
like 50% of the population as it's presented to you. But I don't think that it's actually half of the population. I think that there's the great reasonable middle, you know, kind of centrist Democrats, centrist Republicans who, um, by virtue of political ideology, are not allowed to talk or compromise. And then, or not allowed to talk or compromise because um, there is at the further end of each political party spectrum are the maybe more narcissistic and or sociopathic type of people who um, tend to be very skilled at clawing their way to positions of authority and power. And so that ends up being the leadership of the Democrats or of, and not or of, and of the Republicans. Um, and that, that makes it look like there's this great, big, gigantic, abrupt divide between everybody. When I generally think that, for the most part, the average Americans can talk with each other without fighting as long as you don't bring party affiliation into it and just talk from perspective only, you know? Talk about the issues, not about your party's view of the issues. But that's not something that a lot of people bother to do. The critical thinking takes effort, takes work, and that's a lot easier to offload into a uh, proxy for most of your views, right? I don't know.
You also have to be willing to respect the other person's point of view, even if you
Yeah,
don't agree with it.
yeah, and that can be difficult. I mean, I find it difficult for sure. Um, but yeah, absolutely necessary. You're right. Um, can't have compromise if you don't have mutual respect. right?
Right.
Yeah.
But this isn't the way that the country has always been. It isn't the way that the political parties have always been either, right?
No, they
No,
used
of
to
course
work
not.
together.
Yeah, compromising, like cross aisle, yeah, and a balanced budget at some point. Do you remember that?
They
Wow,
certainly do.
Such an interesting concept, isn't it?
what a thing. Gosh.
It seems like the political parties used to work together a lot more to solve problems, and now it's just a battle between the two.
Yeah, yeah,
And winner loses in this battle.
Yeah.
yeah. Purely party line battle, right? I don't know.
A lot of times.
When did that happen though? Right? If it used to be that people would compromise across parties, and now people won't. I was going to say can't, but won't. Um, there had to have been a shift in that, a change somewhere, right? I don't know.
Just seems to be gradually getting worse and worse and worse.
I don't know if it was actually that gradual. It's hard to tell because there can be so many different things, different variables that you could look at, consider different different things that you could say like take as a proxy for anything. Um, I don't know. I when like back in January, February when we had the conversation over ice and I tried to figure out how to share my screen so I could show that little graph that I had made with the um, government data, like immigration data going back to like the 70s or something. Couldn't figure it out. Still feel kind of technically illiterate. Don't know still how to pull it up right now. And I would look like a bigger idiot fumbling around if I tried in real time. So I'm not going to bother. But it was kind of like there was flat and then there was a spike in the late 90s when there was that um, immigration um, amnesty and like path to citizenship for the immigrants who were always already living in the United States. But then they had to be American, become American citizens, be, taxpayers, all the all that good stuff. But then it continued to go, and then it just continued up. But the deportations, like, wait, hold on, let me see if I need to reference it, even if I can't share it and show it. Um, but there was under, okay, here. Okay. Um, yeah, the deportations per year um, by the government data, and then I had it color coded by presidential administration. So deportations were pretty much constant all the way back from 1940s. It was flat, and then up until about 1990, it stayed flat. And then wait, which one? With Clinton, it started to increase. And then after Clinton, Bush continued to increase it. And after Bush, it reached a peak. And I remember back in the late 20 aughts, 20 teens, Obama had the nickname Deporter in Chief because
Remember that.
he was sending so many people back out of the country. So that was the Democrats' position. The Democratic administration, Obama deported more than Trump did in his entire administration. Every single year that Obama was in office, more people were deported than every single year of Trump's administration after that. Went down. But then immediately after Trump's administration, Biden, boom, deported almost nobody. It went back to um, pre-Clinton numbers. Um, I don't know. Obama's VP immediately after Trump just completely reversed position. I don't, that seems like there was an inflection point at some point there. I wonder if it was Trump's election period that Democrat Party leaders decided had to be opposed. Sorry, turned down, don't want it to overheat back there. Um, and so any and every policy of the Trump administration had to be diametrically opposed, right? Trump, when he got in, wasn't just deporting them all, he was build the wall. And then Biden got in and immediately tore down the wall and opened borders, which is polar opposite of what was the policy when he was vice president. So why? Except as a middle finger to Trump. And now Trump's back in office and everything's all polar opposite of what was being done with Biden. Which, I mean, to be fair, since Biden's policies were seemingly designed to be polar opposite of Trump's, he's basically just continuing his policies from his first term, albeit perhaps haphazardly and poorly executed and whatnot. And clearly no longer the no new wars president. So that was BS, but whatever. Um, that data there, the immigration data, I think kind of suggests that time period was the flip where compromise started to become impossible. I don't know. Just looking at the graph, looking at the numbers, and that sort of feels right when I think back. That's kind of 20, late 20 teens, you know. So that was the time period. Charlottesville protests, right? And um, the um, after that point, that's when riots became more normalized, when um, political violence became more frequent. And I hate to say it, but now it feels kind of normalized, right? Um, I'm not, what do you guys, does that description of that graph sound right? Or the actually,
I'm having a
so
delayed reaction. I'm here though.
Mark, it does to me, it sounds right, but there's a difference in the way they went apart. They went about deporting people. They didn't send ICE out on the street to pull people over.
yeah,
Uh, they weren't the intimidating force
yeah.
that they're used
Yeah,
for now. I think that's the objection, not to deporting people, but uh, to the
I don't
way
know.
it's
I think
being done.
some people do object to deportation, period, flat
Yes,
and
some
stop.
people
Yeah,
do.
yeah.
I'm not,
So,
I'm not taking a side
sorry.
on that one way or another. I'm just saying that the way it's being done is the issue. I could,
Is that
Rotation
um
rate.
yeah,
that
I don't, I'm not disagreeing with it. I
I just
fully
wanted to say,
agree.
so the bottom line there, that's the
Yeah.
deportations, the colors are the presidents. So the blue there, that's the Clinton, the purple, that's when W came in and he started increasing deportations from the war on terror, right? The green
Mhm.
after that, that's Obama. And then blue, Trump deported fewer than Obama. And then immediately after Trump, boom, it bottomed out again. That little bit there is Biden. And that was the end of the data that was available at that time. They didn't have the numbers for the years after that. But it's like, why would Biden bottom out like that after Trump? That just, I don't know. So,
I don't know that this explains anything, but it seems to me like I noticed Trump suddenly started calling all the foreigners criminals and rapists and all that kind of stuff, and just the language really changed around it.
well, I don't know. I mean, yeah, the language, he's a bit more blunt, but when Obama was doing the deportations, um, he was going after the worst of the worst, the murderers, the rapists, the violent. So he maybe wasn't fumbling around and saying it as awkwardly as Trump might, but he had basically the same sort of policy. He didn't have a problem created by 4 years of an open border and buses into sanctuary cities into the heartland. I mean, a lot of the problems with the ICE are at the sanctuary cities where the people were taken and basically hidden. That's the
I
narrative
don't
there.
remember Obama ever calling all Mexicans criminals and rapists, but that was, I do recall from Trump.
I
That's
don't
all I'm
recall
saying.
Trump saying all, but all of, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if he
I would be
specifically said all, but it seemed like
right.
it didn't
So,
matter if he had any proof to the fact at all. He was just assuming that
well,
if you
I
were
mean,
foreign, you were bad.
mm, if you're foreign and you're here illegally, then that's not good at the very least, right? If you're here illegally, that's a crime. in and of itself, it's not a violent capital offense, but it is illegal.
But he was portraying it that way, that they
Well,
were all
I don't know.
horrible,
I
violent
don't know
people.
what he said. I don't follow Trump on Twitter. I try to
I don't either.
avoid listening to Trump as much as possible. So I don't know if this
Same
is
here.
what he actually said or if this is what news outlets are saying that he said, because that's not always the same thing. So I don't know. I would want to see like that actually said or published by Trump before I take it like really, I don't know. But I'm not dismissing it because I haven't, because Trump is not a very eloquent speaker. So, yeah, I wouldn't put it out of the realm of possibility, but I don't necessarily. That would be a very convenient thing for um, a Trump opponent to put out and say, he said this, um, just to get people to hate him more. Uh,
Is that possible?
it, I mean, it's possible to, yeah, I can, I can imagine a lot more hate for Trump. We can, yeah, I bet there's going to be a lot more. By the end of his term, I think there's definitely going to people much angrier at him than they are right now. Um,
I certainly hope so.
just if that's not a Polymarkets bet, I should start that or whatever. People are going to be more pissed at Trump by the end of his term than they are right now. The odds will just, I mean, 100%. Yeah, he's going to piss people off even further. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how, but Iran will factor in some way, I'm sure. I shouldn't have mentioned that. I don't want to talk about Iran.
I
Let's
got something
talk
about
about,
Iran.
You
yeah.
mean the no more wars president?
Yeah. Yeah. He doesn't have to get reelected anymore. He doesn't have to pretend. Whatever. Yeah. But
Um,
it does put Vance in an awkward position. He can't run as the No Wars VP. So I don't know. I've heard rumblings that the 2008 ticket might be Governor Ron DeSantis from Florida versus JD Vance, and that'd be a thing.
interesting. Yeah.
I don't know.
Um,
Um, Pookie, do you have any articles? You falling asleep?
no, I'm not falling asleep. I'm waking
Yep.
up. Of
Waking up. I
course, I got
need a break real quick. If somebody has
got
something,
you.
just
I
a
got
couple
plenty.
minutes.
Um, I got something here that says something I thought was interesting. It says your lungs, liver, and pancreas also age faster when you sleep wrong. A study of nearly 500,000 UK adults found that sleep under 6 to 8 hours was linked to accelerated biological aging across the 9 organ systems, including rarely discussed in sleep research, with short and long sleep causing harm, causing harm through distinct pathways. Sorry about my voice. The conversation about sleep and health has long been centered on brain, but a new study tracking nearly 500,000 people suggests that the rest of the body is keeping score too. A study of nearly 500,000 adults in the UK Biobank has found that sleeping either too little or too much is associated with accelerated biological aging across multiple organ systems, not just the brain, with the lowest estimated aging burdening falling roughly 6.4 and 7.8 hours of sleep, depending on the organ and sex. Sleep's link to health has been studied for decades, but most prior work focused on single outcomes or relied on simple clinical measures. Biological aging clocks tools the estimate that how old a person's organs and tissues are based on imaging, proteins, and metabolites. Um, have opened a more granular way to track health. Researchers wanted to know whether the pattern of sleep affecting biological age extends consistently across the body and whether it can be seen at a molecular level. Earlier studies had already noted a U shaped relationship between sleep duration and few sleep phenotype based aging clocks. Meaning both very short and very long sleepers appeared older biologically than those sleeping a moderate amount. What had not been established was whether the pattern was across multiple organ systems simultaneously in the brain, liver, lungs, and elsewhere across multiple types of biological measures in the same large sample. Mm. The researchers worked with 23 biological gap, um, BAG, which is biological age gap clocks, measures of how much older or younger a person's biological biology appears to relative to their chronological age. Seven were derived from multiple organ MRI, structural imaging of the brain, heart, liver, pancreas, spleen, uh, adopts tissue, uh, kidney,
Adipose.
and adipose. Um, yeah, thank you. Uh, and five from plasma metabolomics. Um, to model the relationship between sleep and each clock, the team used generalized additive models, a method that can detect curve relationships without assuming in advance what the curve looks like. Uh, yeah, uh, that's it. Um, Basically, if you're not sleeping right, your organs aren't lasting, or what does it say? Not lasting as long. But they did do the research in the UK. Mark, thoughts on that? Anybody thoughts on that?
That's interesting. So it sounds like they're saying there's a kind of a specific window ideal amount of sleep for a person to get in order to maintain
Yeah, you need a moderate amount, they
youthfulness
said.
or whatever they would call it.
What did they
Right.
define as a moderate amount?
Um, 6 to 8 hours.
Not too enough.
Yeah. Yeah. Can't get too much sleep. So yeah, the RSO that I had, perfect sleep. Uh, Still sleep. Uh, but yeah,
Yeah, good stuff.
indeed. Uh, Yeah, the next few nights I'll sleep well.
Yeah, and it lasts long too. So if you get a sativa strain of RSO and take maybe a smaller amount than you did last night, but take it during the day or like before the podcast, it lasts long time, much of the day, 6, 8 hours easily. So if you find the sativas to be like energizing, creative, then that's a good option. It really does help. I found
Um,
um, more medical users prefer the RSO than recreational. Um, just what the um, bud tenders from multiple dispensaries around here have said that it's more like the really medicinal use that the RSO is helpful for, and yeah, just thoughts. I love RSO, and another if they have like
too.
RS what um what one of the well I think a couple of the dispensaries have, but the one in particular has strain specific tincture, so it's not just um like most of the dispensaries around here just have like indica, sativa, or hybrid
Mm.
RSO options, but the move they put the little umlaut over the U, so I don't know what the move or
Uh,
whatever. I think it's supposed to make the U into a smiley face, a big smiley, but I don't know. Um, but they
yeah,
have like strain specific, so they don't just take a whole bunch of like the indica plants leftovers and stuff or whatever, or they take the whole specific plant, um, you know, and with these they dilute it into an oil so that you can standardize and really moderate. So a few drops of this is much easier um, to not overdo, um, which I have done a couple times. It sucks to have gone to a theme park and found out that I overdid the RSO that I took before leaving, and all I can manage to do is just sit there while the rest of, everybody goes around. And I'm just like, I'll just wait here and watch you guys.
last night,
Sometimes not even watch.
I took some with some, like you said, do the peanut butter. That was
Mhm.
cool. But at the dispensary, there was a guy there. Well, the guy who was taking my order, he said try it with a Twix bar. So I try that tonight, most likely. But yeah, I told him I need something for sleep. And he was like, "Oh, you need something to get you slumped." And I was like, "Okay, let me know what that is, because I'll be back next time." But yeah,
Yeah,
it helped me
the
sleep. It legit worked. I can get used to this.
the fat content in a lot of things helps the stomach to absorb the THC into the bloodstream. The THC on its own does not um, pass through the gut in the first pass metabolism very easily. So taking it on an empty stomach, a lot of people would think, oh, that would get it kick in so much faster, or like sticking the dose into a capsule and swallowing that on an empty stomach. But n no, that's kind of almost wasteful compared to taking it either with the spoon of peanut butter or
Mm.
some candy bar, something that has a high fat content, or even just like a full meal. And then an hour later, um,
Hour later was
it's
nice.
yeah,
Then hour
the
later, I was falling asleep.
yeah,
It's like, yeah, time to lay down. And my mom was talking to me, and I was listening, but I wasn't there. Man, that stuff, I slept good. I can get used to this.
yeah,
I can just see my
yeah.
future with good sleep.
Hooray!
Bye bye, insomnia.
Bye bye insomnia.
Yeah,
Now, what about your
yeah.
arm?
What about my arm? Everything wasn't hurting. Nothing hurts anymore. All the pain went away. Yeah, good times. Wow. Yeah, how'd you guys sleep? Uh, slept
Not well.
extremely well. You guys should try the RSO. I mean, Andrea, because I know Mark does already.
I
Oh
I was
can't.
yeah,
just
yeah. Never mind. I remember you told me you can't.
Jeff can't either because it's not, they don't sell it in in Pennsylvania.
I was just thinking I'm gonna make a plane reservation and go out to California and pick some up.
Man,
Florida
it's
might
worth
be
it.
closer.
Yeah, I mean
Yeah, but I
um
like California better.
the
In California, you don't need a
yeah,
prescription.
you need
I
to
have it
be
already.
you'd need to be in the Florida medical system in order to be able to
Yeah,
buy anything. But they come in these little tiny syringes, 1 gram,
yeah.
uh, and just a few drops on whatever. Um, Super easy to stick in like, toiletry bag and bring on a plane. Not that I endorse any sort of illegal content. Obviously, I'm joking, right? TSA, FBI, CIA,
Yeah.
whoever, all of the alphabets. Yes, I am not serious, but
My
if
mom had something
someone wants
from
to,
there.
it's easy.
My mom had
Even the
something from the
mail.
dispensary called Canaline, and it was in a little jar like this. Yeah, it was. She had some, and she said it worked good. But I know for sure the RSO. Yeah, it works very well. Uh,
Just don't
yeah,
overdo it.
I will. No, I'm kidding. I can. I'll try not to. Yeah, yeah. It's med
You don't want
time.
to you don't want to overdo it regularly and then wind up with your tolerance so that it's not working well for you anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Not an everyday thing, but a few times a week for sure. Especially since it lasts into the next morning. If you do it on a day when you can sleep in half of the morning, um, yeah, good day.
man, um, so yeah, Mark, I'm gonna send you a couple articles.
Mm.
Yeah. Did you hear about the U.S. Bomb in Iran? You don't want to
Did
talk politics?
Which time? When?
And
How
then they
many
bombed us
Uh,
times?
back.
We do a lot. Yeah.
I believe it was yesterday.
Well, I mean, they probably deserved it.
They bombed a helicopter.
Yeah.
Yeah, they bombed a helicopter. That was why.
Those things
Yeah,
are expensive, man.
and it's going to keep going because now we have to retaliate for their retaliation.
I mean, I don't know.
and
The
then
whole
they're going to
ceasefire.
retaliate.
Yeah. Right.
The whole
And then
ceasefire is just a sham to allow them to rebuild their stockpile of drones. It's stupid. They're never going
Yep.
to actually agree to peace or any of the terms that Trump puts forward. And even if they do, they're not going to abide by them because just look at what happened with the nuclear deal that Obama signed, you know? That was the worst deal ever, too. I mean, why would you put a 10-year sunset clause on it? You know, we signed this nuclear deal. They're not going to build nuclear weapons for the
Except
next
they
10
stockpile them.
years. So they just continue researching and working and refining the uranium, even though they said they weren't going to, and they say, no, we're not doing it. They're just doing it in places that they're not getting inspected by, the whole original treaty. Like they're never gonna, it's not, I don't know. There's no good answer to any of this. And there wasn't a good answer even at the beginning. I don't know. They're a dangerous nation, well, not the nation. It's a dangerous
They,
administration. Yeah. The people of the nation are not dangerous to America. The Iranian people are not a threat, but the Iranian administration definitely no bueno. I don't know.
An article from 29 minutes ago. It says
Oh,
Trump threatens more strikes on Iran after the Tehran fires.
yeah, of course. Why not?
just
Right?
gonna go back and forth.
Right.
Yeah.
Uh,
Where was that article that
on
did you
AP
drop it in?
News.
Did
Oh
you
no, I
drop it
didn't
in the,
drop it, but I can. Let's see.
oh,
Easy.
I
Man,
just
oh,
how'd
don't
you guys sleep?
understand
Jeff,
why
how'd
all
you
this
sleep?
shitty as always.
Oh, yeah. I'm
oh,
sorry.
But I really don't understand. We've been here that we know of over 2,000 years. Why people can't sit down and talk to each other like adults and work out their problems?
mm.
It's just amazing to me.
Well, yeah,
I sent that link to you, Mark. Um,
okay. Um, where? I
It's in
don't
the
see
Zoom
it in
chat.
the, is it? Where is um, okay, there we go. Trump threatens more strikes as back and forth attacks. Okay, yeah. Trump threatens more strikes on Iran as back and forth attacks threaten truce deal. No, AP, I do not want to subscribe to your notifications.
give him a false email.
Dubai, UAE. The United States launched airstrikes on Wednesday against Iran, and President Donald Trump said more were coming as Tehran fired back at countries in the region. The escalating attacks threatened to derail efforts to end the war, with Trump warning that Tehran would, quote, pay the price for stalled negotiations. Trump's warnings at the White House and on social media came hours after Bahrain, Kuwait, and Jordan, all of which host U.S. troops, came under Iranian fire. It was the second time this week that back and forth strikes have tested a 2 month ceasefire. Oh, a 2 month ceasefire. On Monday, Iran and Israel targeted each other. Quote, we're going to hit them again hard today, Trump told the reporters at the White House hours after the U.S. said it struck Iranian military sites. Shortly after, no, AP, I do not want to sign up. Shortly after Trump spoke, the U.S. military said it had fired on an oil tanker attempting to transport oil from Iran in violation of its blockade on Iranian ports. Trump wouldn't say whether he planned to follow through on threats he made earlier in the war to attack bridges and utility plants in Iran. He urged Iran to sign a deal to end the war. We were really close to a deal, but they keep tapping us along. Keep tapping us along. Trump's comments underlined the American leader's whipsaw approach to the war. He suggested on Monday that a deal to end the conflict could be reached in a matter of days. Iran, meanwhile, has proved resilient despite having faced weeks of heavy bombing. It is betting that its ability to effectively close the Strait of Hormuz, a crucial passageway for the world's oil and natural gas, gives it a strong bargaining chip. Still, both countries seem to be looking for a way to end the conflict. If they can manage to sell it as a win, if they wait, both countries seem to be looking for a way to end the conflict if they can manage to sell it as a win at home. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu appears intent on pursuing much more difficult goals: the collapse of Iran's theocratic government, the elimination of its nuclear program, and the destruction of the Iranian allied Hezbollah militant group in Iran. That will make compromise much harder. Yeah. Um, since the US and Israel started the war with attacks on Iran on February 28th, the conflict has shaken the global economy, driven up energy prices around the world, and made food and other basics more expensive. The international benchmark for crude oil traded above $92 a barrel on Wednesday, up more than 25% since the start of the war. The U.S. military said Wednesday that an American aircraft fired, quote, precision munitions into the engine room of the Palau flagged vessel MT Settebello as it attempted to breach the naval blockade with a shipment of Iranian oil. It was the eighth merchant vessel disabled by U.S. forces in waters off Iran. India's foreign ministry said that three Indian crew members aboard the Settebello were missing after the ship was struck, while 21 other Indian sailors were rescued. Its statement did not mention the U.S. military or the blockade. In strikes earlier Wednesday, the U.S. military said its fighter jets targeted, quote, air defense ground control stations and surveillance radar sites. Iran said U.S. strikes hit two water reservoirs in its southern city of Sirik, Sirik, yeah, temporarily cutting off water to thousands of people. Iran's state media published a video of what it said was a damaged reservoir, although the Associated Press could not immediately verify the footage. Yeah, never take Iran's state media's published videos at face value. Never, never. U.S. Central Command did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Tehran later claimed attacks in Kuwait, Bahrain, and Jordan. Jordan said it shot down five incoming missiles, which Iran said targeted an airbase hosting American military aircraft. Jordan's state-run Petra news agency reported there were no injuries. Nice of Jordan to shoot down five missiles targeting a base hosting our aircraft. It's almost like they're a good ally. Um, Bahrain and Kuwait said they intercepted incoming fire without elaborating. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi Araghchi. Wow. Yeah.
Seen that word before.
If his name was ever a Wheel of Fortune
Oh, that's
answer,
a name. Wow.
yeah. Abbas, it's the first name. Araghchi. It's the last name. So vowels would not be very helpful at all. Wow. Arashi. Arashi.
Mm.
It's interesting how difficult a lot of letters are for, you know. Okay, that's an aside for another day. Um, foreign minister Iranian foreign minister condemned the American attacks as a violation of Iranian sovereignty. Foreign ministry spokesperson Esmail Bag Bagay Bag Bagay Bag Foreign Ministry spokesperson said in televised comments that following the new attacks, Iran would review its stance on negotiations to end the war. Efforts to mediate a deal continued following consultations with the U.S. A delegation from Qatar arrived in Tehran for talks on Wednesday, according to an official with knowledge of the visit who requested anonymity due to the sensitivity of the talks. The exchanges of fire came a day after a U.S. Army attack helicopter crashed near the Strait of Hormuz. The helicopter collided with an Iranian drone, according to a U.S. official who spoke on condition of anonymity to discuss an ongoing investigation. It wasn't clear whether the collision was intentional. A drone boat rescued both of the helicopter's crew, and Trump said they were uninjured. Uh, Wary of high gas prices in the run-up to, wait, is that another article? Or,
I don't think so. I
you,
think it continues.
okay. Wary of high gas prices in the run-up to congressional elections in November, Trump seems to be looking for a quick win, but he is also making demands that will be tough for Iran to swallow. The U.S. wants to see Iran give up its stockpile of highly enriched uranium. While Iran insists its nuclear program is peaceful, that uranium is a short technical step from weapons grade levels. Iran is refusing to give up the uranium and demanding relief from sanctions. It also wants the release of frozen assets even before a final agreement is in place, something Trump rejected. It's not clear how those differences can be bridged, and Trump has repeatedly threatened to walk away from the talks. His Truth Social post Wednesday accused Iran of taking, quote, too long to negotiate a deal that would have been great for them. Now they will have to pay the price.
With three
Uh,
exclamation points.
yes, pay the price! Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Meanwhile, Iran has continued to insist that any deal to end the war must also end fighting between its ally, Hezbollah, and Israel. Instead, Israel has intensified its military campaign against the Lebanon based militant group. An airstrike on a village east of Tyre killed at least 6 people, Lebanon's state-run national news agency reported. It said 2 others were killed by an Israeli drone strike on a car in the southern city of Sidon, I think. Um, Price reported from Washington, Associated Press writers. Oh, okay, there was the end. An airstrike on a village killed at least 6 people, Lebanon's news agency said. 2 others killed by an. So at least 8 people. Um, Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what do you guys okay. How about you? Any thoughts from you before I start going into something?
No,
No.
it's
I don't even
interesting
know
if,
what
if
to
you're gonna
say.
start going into
No.
something.
Okay, well, it's not clear how those differences can be bridged. It says, and Trump repeatedly threatened to walk away from the talks. His Truth Social post accused Iran of taking too long to negotiate a deal. It would have been great for them. Now they will have to pay the price. Yes, of course they are. That is literally a strategy in the Islamist jurisprudence. When dealing with non-Muslims, there is absolutely no obligation to be truthful upfront or honorable in any of their negotiations. And it is also a strategy that Muhammad himself had used um, in his adventures in Arabia, which um, together that's something that a lot of people in the West, grown up in Judaism or Christianity, are used to, a singular, like, here is the scripture, and it has, all of this knowledge or whatever, and but and that is, the scripture, or I think Judaism has not just the Torah, but the Talmud, which is exhaustively extensive in a lot of aspects of um, uh, religious Judaism. But um, with um, Islam, they have the Torah, or well, they have the Quran, which also says to reference the gospel and the Torah, but they basically just disregard those parts of the Quran offhand because that is inconvenient. Um, but there is the Quran. So what we would think of as like the Muslim Bible, but they don't follow only the Quran. They have the what's called um, the Sunnah, which is the biography of Muhammad, or basically the story of his life. It's like the uh, he is held as the role model for any and every good Muslim. So his life, his biography is a model for um, being a good Muslim, right? Um, so like I had said earlier, when I say that Muhammad had used this tactic, negotiate with those outside of your tribe, and in that case, in um, sixth century, seventh century Arabia, um, it was literally he was, an Arab in an Arab culture with which was tribal. So, negotiate with the other tribe, and then just don't follow any of it. Um, so that's in the Sunnah, meaning it's perfectly acceptable. Not only it's perfectly acceptable, that is how you are supposed to conduct business with those who are outside of your tribe. And once Islam became more codified, that concept of the tribe was dissolved, or separated from the um, tribal culture of Arabia itself, because Muhammad had tried to convert his own tribe, the Quraysh tribe, um, who were located based in Mecca. He tried to say, "Hey, you guys, I'm a prophet. There's only one God, and you should all follow me and everything I say." And they were like, "Get the out of here." Um, they had their pagan idols. Um, Primary, first of which was referred to as Hubal, um, set up in their religious temple called the Kaaba in Mecca, this square structure where they had all of this over 300 different idols and statues to different gods and stuff. But the main one was basically an Arabian Arab an Arabianized version of the god referred to as Baal or Baal in biblical texts. So they said, "Get out of here," kicked him out. So at that point, he was no longer basically part of his tribe. So he kind of said, "Okay, I'm gonna say, you guys, screw you." Um, he was kicked out and went over to Medina and started growing his own following there. So that's when the kind of the concept of the tribalism was shifted over into the religiosity of what was beginning to be Islam, just forming around Muhammad himself. Um, so when he started to get more and more people following him, coming from different groups, different cultures and stuff, not just the Arabs, or the not just the Qurayshi Arabs. Actually, none of the Qurayshi Arabs. They all hated it. But so the tribe went from, you know, literal tribe, family, blood, kin, to the believers versus non-believers. The Ummah were the non-believers outside of Islam. Um, so those are, the others. And yeah, when dealing with the Ummah, you do not have to treat them honorably or um, yeah. So this is stalling, starting these negotiations, saying, yeah, look, we're gonna surrender. We just need to reach terms. We're gonna, you know, that's a tactic that Muhammad used in his um, caravan raiding. He was um, a lot of imams like to portray it as caravan trading, but he was violently stealing, taking over, thieving from caravans. Um, and a lot of his militant conquests were, you know, through this sort of tactic. We're gonna surrender, just wait. And then overnight, in the midst of negotiations overnight, he goes and comes and starts stabbing them in their tents and stuff, sneak around when they were supposed to be under the flag of truce. So um, they pay a lot of very close attention to these things because that is in a theocracy, that is how they are supposed to behave, what they are supposed to do. Um, that is their role model. So delaying these talks like this should surprise nobody. I mean, unless you're afraid of being seen and labeled as Islamophobic. So I don't know. I, I get I don't whatever that says about me. I don't know. This is just history, not an attack on any individual person, any people. I know Muslims. I like them. They're friendly, some of the nicest people I know. But the history of the religion is intensely problematic. So, um, yeah, uh, the
I,
the
I,
the yeah, Iran continuing to insist that any deal must also end fighting between Hezbollah and Israel. I mean, Hezbollah is pretty, I mean, they're a proxy for Iran. They're funded, but they're not entirely directed by Iran. They're kind of autonomous on their own to a degree. So just because, like, do they want to tie Israel's hands against Hezbollah to give Hezbollah a chance to go and continue fighting in a way that Israel would then be prohibited from defending itself or retaliating? I mean, oh my gosh, war is so, it is,
Awful.
yeah, we went over this. Like, yeah, like Jeff had said before on the one, what is the icebreaker question? What is the worst thing that people, yeah, war. War is horrible. And yeah, this is just more evidence to that. But yeah, when you're dealing with a theocracy whose religion is founded on literal war spread at the blade of a sword, convert, pay exorbitant tribute, and be allowed to remain Christian or Jewish, or die, be beheaded. Those were the three options that um, were presented in the Islamic conquest era, the first century after Muhammad had died. Um, Religion of peace. Convert or die.
it was like that. Bird or die.
Mm.
I got an article here. Hmm. I might need something for my throat. It's really dry.
Yeah,
Um,
I keep.
there we go. Didn't help, but worth a try. Got an article here that says scientists say that your next tube of toothpaste could be made from human hair.
What?
Researchers at
Oh
King's
my.
College in London report that
Uh,
keratin
mm,
extracted from from wool can guide enamel like mineral growth on damaged teeth, creating a coating up to 6 times harder than conventional dental resin in laboratory tests.
what?
A 2025 study from King's College in London found that keratin extracted from wool can guide the growth of an enamel-like mineral layer on damaged teeth, producing a coating that was substantially harder than
Ugh.
the
Oh my
resin
gosh.
materials commonly
Okay.
used to
So
treat
it's
the
not
early
just
decay.
it's not actually like repairing. You're building up a film of hair residue on your teeth. Ugh.
But it's
Yeah,
didn't know that. Wonder if they come in like metal
coating
tubes
over
or
the
anything
top
else.
of it.
To,
Hardens up. It's like hardened hair.
hey, that's what it
Ugh.
says.
Yeah. No
um,
thanks. I'd rather just use the regrow my tooth drug. Thanks. I
I
saw
uh,
another
seriously
who's this
doubt that will
article.
article?
ever be affordable.
I thought I saw another, let me see if I can find it. I saw another article about that. There's apparently multiple options in the works that promise possible tooth regrowth. So let me see if I can
I'm
find it. And yeah,
gonna keep going through this article I got.
yeah,
It says
Poofy. I just
tooth.
called you Poofy.
You did.
Yeah,
Tell your cat I
sorry.
said hello.
Yes.
Obviously, you're thinking about your cat, so
Mm,
I'll
I
finish
miss
this
him.
tooth hair stuff. It
Oh,
says tooth enamel is the hardest tissue in the human body, but once it is lost, it does not regenerate. This has made enamel repair one of the central challenges in restorative dentistry. Fluoride can strengthen existing enamel and slow mineral loss, but cannot rebuild the complex architecture of enamel after substantial erosion has occurred. When cavities develop, treatment usually involves removing decayed tissue and replacing it with synthetic materials such as composite resin and um, almagen. Um, Amalgam. You guys
Amalgam.
ever heard of that? Amalgam?
Amalgam.
Okay. Right. First time I heard that word. Anyhow, says the need for better approaches is considerable. According to the World Health Organization, oral disease affect approximately 3.7 billion people worldwide, and untreated dental care is permanent teeth remains the most common health condition globally. The economic burden is also substantial, with hundreds of billions of dollars spent annually in teeth costs and lost productivity. Before this study, researchers had already shown that proteins and peptides can directly can direct the formation of enamel-like hydroxypate hydroxypatate crystals under laboratory conditions. Investigators have used uh, amalgam. I don't know that word. Again, I think it's
amalgam. It's like
uh,
a mixture.
yeah. So this one, it's not like the other word. It's Amelogenen. The other word didn't have that many letters.
Amalgamation.
Um, we'll just go past this.
I just, yeah, mm, sorry.
Says investigators have used derived peptides like recombinants and other biometric matrices to induce regeneration is theoretically possible, but many rely on engineered molecules that are costly to manufacture and difficult to scale. The new study focused on keratin, a structural protein found in hair, nails, feathers, horns, and wool. Keratin is rich with pristine and has long been studied as a biomaterial because of its biocompatibility and its ability to self-assemble into organized structures. Advances in extraction techniques have made it impossible to recover keratin from waste products such as wool and human hair and convert it into biomedical materials. In the paper titled Biometric Mineralization of Keratin Scaffolds for Enamel Regeneration, Sheriff and colleagues tested whether keratin scaffolds could promote enamel-like mineralization when exposed to saliva-derived calcium and phosphate ions. The study was conducted by researchers from 15 institutions, including University of Toronto, Chalmers University of Technology, Imperial College of London, Paul Scher Institute, and Eco Polytechnique, and the rest of that name is in Spanish, so I can't pronounce it. But anyhow, the researchers first extracted and purified keratin from wool. They then fabricated porous keratin scaffolds and applied to the surfaces in laboratory experiments. These examples were exposed to artificial and saliva-based mineral solutions containing calcium and phosphate ions. Over time, the team analyzed how minerals nucleated and grew on keratin matrix using microscopy, or might be pronounced different.
Microscopy.
Microscopy. Okay. Crystallographic techniques and mechanical testing. The experiments showed that keratin acted as an organized template for hydroxy hydroxyapate. This seems like a medication. I don't want to pronounce it again. Anyhow,
Yeah.
it says organized for a deposition. Calcium phosphate crystals formed on the scaffold. Did I pronounce that word right? Scaffold?
Yeah.
Okay. Um, Formed on the scaffold and developed into a dense mineral layer that resembled enamel in both structure and composition. The coating continued to recruit minerals from the surrounding solution, indicating that the process was self sustaining as long as the ions remained available. Mechanical measurements showed that the regenerated layer was 5 to 6 times harder than the conventional dental resin used to treat early carious lesions. The material also sealed dentinal tu- tubulus, or yeah, I think that's what that says. The microscopic channels that transmit thermal and chemical stimuli to the tooth pulp. Closing these channels suggests that the coating could reduce dentinal hypersensitivity in addition to restoring mineral structure. The authors concluded that keratin can serve as the biometric matrix for enamel regeneration while also offering a sustainable alternative to petroleum derived restorative materials. In a statement reported by the British Dental Journal, Dr. Elk Sharkaway, that's an interesting name, uh, consultant in, uh, I don't know, I've heard so much words in here. Um, Prothodontics, or yeah, I think I said that right. And senior lecturer at King's College London said, "We are entering an exciting era where biotechnology allows us not to just treat symptoms, but restore biological function using the body's own materials. The study does not show that human teeth can yet be regenerated in routine dental practice. All experiments were performed in vitro under controlled laboratory conditions. The regenerated enamel layer was limited to thickness, and the authors noted that additional work is needed to confirm long term biocompatibility, durability, and performance in the complex environment of human mouth. Factors such as chewing forces, bacterial biofilms, dietary acids, and individual differences in saliva could affect real world effectiveness. The paper, therefore, best understood as a proof of concept study rather than a clinical demonstration. It establishes that keratin in abundant waste deprived protein can direct the formation of a mineral layer with enamel like characteristics and favorable mechanical properties. It does not establish that a toothpaste or gel containing keratin will repair cavities in patients, nor does it show that treatment is ready for regulatory approval. Even so, the work adds to growing body of research suggesting that future dental treatments may rely more on biological materials that guide the tooth to rebuild itself rather than to inert synthetic fillers because keratin can be sourced from inexpensive materials such as wool and hair. It may offer a practical manufacturing advantage if clinical studies confirm its safety and efficiency. That is all. Very long article. But that's interesting to know that the hair might repair my tooth. There's a mic there.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer the regrow thing, maybe. I don't know. Let other
Yeah, I
people
think
brush their teeth with hair, build that hair scaffold, see how that protects their teeth. And if it doesn't gross them out, then maybe I would brush my nice, fancy new regrown teeth with the creepy hair scaffold to protect them, you know. But I don't know. Um I wouldn't reach for that as my first pick, I think. That's kind of
Have you had a lot of dental issues in your life?
No, I have not. I have been fortunate. I've had a couple cavities. I had my wisdom teeth pulled. I did have extensive orthodontic work. I mean, from age 8 to age 18, 19. Um, my teeth were messed up when I was a kid, so it took a lot. Um, but um, that I don't know. I don't think that counts probably in what you were meaning with dental problems, right?
Not exactly, no. But
Nothing like no emergency pulls or anything.
I have terrible teeth. And I mean, if they could give me a toothpaste that would help protect the teeth I have left from getting cavities in them, that would be awesome.
you
They already make
Trim a
some
little
weird
bit off
toothpaste.
the end of your hair and stick it in a
Yeah,
blender and start brushing with that and see if that does the trick.
I'll just stick my braids in my mouth when I go to sleep at night, and then all the grinding, maybe that'll protect my
Yeah,
teeth.
and maybe it'll keep them keep you from biting on your tongue too. Give you a little cushion. Wrap it around your tongue and then
it look
to
like you
the
got
other
some thick
side.
hair.
And yeah, you'll
I
probably end up
do have
choking
very thick
yourself
hair.
with the hair. Mm.
Yeah, I already have the bite guard that I wear at night, and that has saved my tongue from worse damage, put it that way.
Mm.
on a couple of
Uh,
occasions, but they've already make all kinds of weird toothpaste.
Yeah. Yeah, I had
What
prescription toothpaste from my dentist after one visit. It's like high fluoride or something.
I
It's like,
got some in my bathroom. It's a $30 for a tube this size.
oh wow. I guess
Yeah,
I
it's
thought good
ridiculous.
insurance. My insurance covers it's only like $5 copay, but it lasts a long time.
um,
When you consider that technically with toothpaste, you only need an amount about the size of a
Tiny bit.
pea rather
Yeah,
than like you're not
I can
mortaring
never stick to
bricks
that.
together, right? Yeah. So it lasts a long time. $8 over 6 months is not so bad, but
yeah.
$8 compared
Yeah,
to like three
I
lasted
bucks,
hate
long.
I
that
don't
can
like the
be,
texture of it. It's got
yeah,
a really weird texture.
I
yeah.
don't
And
like the
mine,
texture of
mine
hair.
is a spearmint flavor, but the spearmint is so weak, so mild that it's almost like nothing, but that's not so bad too. Sometimes I can, brush my teeth, um, and then, not have this overwhelming mint.
I don't even like mint, so
Yeah,
I don't like toothpaste, period. But
yeah,
the
yeah.
prescription stuff is just worse.
Does yours have a strong flavor?
I wouldn't say it's especially like any stronger than regular toothpaste, but it just tastes different and it has
Mm.
the different texture, so I don't like it.
Yeah,
Mm.
yeah.
But I'm actually getting ready to buy some of that the hydroxypate stuff that they were talking about. They already make
Oh,
toothpaste with that in it, and I'm going to buy some next time.
well, let
Look at the
us know how your
ingredients.
hair film builds up.
Uh,
Uh,
I'm gonna pass on the hair. I mean, I don't really check the ingredients anyway, so I don't know if I already been eating hair, brushing with hair either way. Hey,
yeah.
I'm gonna
Um,
stick to the same toothpaste I've always been using. I forgot the name of it right now, but yeah, it's a good
I've
one.
got the prescription MI paste, and then I've got Sensodyne.
I think that's the one we have. It's the Sensodyne. Um, yeah, but Mark, I sent you another article because I thought you would love this one.
mm,
But brushing
uh,
with hair is the most interesting one. I've thought that
mm.
um you guys would like that one today.
Hold on. I got one also that I wanted to read out. And
I had something I thought
Jeff
rocket
had
news.
some topics, and so I pulled up an article related to one of the topics that Jeff had mentioned before we started. But hold on real quick. I gotta do my droppy.
Everybody out there
It's two
watching, press
o'clock.
the thumbs
Yeah.
up button.
Uh,
Press that thumbs up button, that little bell down there, and it'll let you know when we go live again, so you can log on and watch. Man, that stuff from last night, that RSO, I'm still fighting it.
Still,
I'm
how much did you
well, not
use?
fighting it. Uh, I'm still waking up. I'll put it like that. Uh, it was like maybe the fingernail, maybe not even that much. It's like a little much and some peanut butter. Uh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That'll help with insomnia. I don't mind feeling like this.
Okay.
Yeah, I got
So
to sleep on good timing. Uh, I haven't been to sleep by 12 in a long time. And I was in bed, eyes closing around 12:15. I was like, oh yeah, see you guys later. You ever be in a room with people and you can hear them talking, but you're just like, I can't. have the energy to say anything back. That's how it was going for me.
Yeah.
I heard you talking. I think I know you talking to me, but I don't know what to say right now. That's what it was. And I was just like, this feels good. I'll try this tomorrow. If I can stay sleeping good as this, and yeah.
Well, you get to sleep in tomorrow too. You don't got to get up for anything, right?
Oh, definitely. Uh, Feeling good, feeling good. Yeah. Jeff, you love it. If you can get some of this and go back to um wherever,
Yeah,
Pennsylvania. Yeah,
I would
be
love it.
good.
I've heard a lot
Um,
about it.
Yeah.
yeah, I did too. There was one place I was going to, they were charging, I think, almost $70 for it. This place I went to was $33. I was like, well, thank you. Give me that one. And
Yeah. There was one year on I forget what the day was. It wasn't 420, but it was another one of those like made up stoner days or something. It's like
Isn't it a stoner day
October
every day?
11th. October 11, right? If you take wait, no, was it
It's
I don't
my
know. One of them
anniversary.
when you take it and turn it upside down, it says oil or something. So they were selling like all kinds of concentrates and distillate and whatever. But they were actually selling entire 1 gram syringes of RSL for $10 each.
Did you stock up?
I did not get there in time.
mm,
I'm sorry.
I know, yeah. It's yeah.
we only
Does it
went to
have an
this
expiration
dispensary.
date?
I mean, they always just put 1 year as just a policy, but I can't see it. As long as you keep it away from direct sunlight and keep it cool, it's not gonna go bad, not before you finish using it. Um, Unless you just completely forget about it and it's only found like 6 generations from now. Um,
Mm.
yeah, it might
Um,
be half as strong, maybe.
Lose some potency.
Still probably, the molecules themselves are not that unstable that they're just going to start falling apart within a year. Um, when they've been extracted like that. Um, yeah. Anyway, Jeff,
Yes.
you had said the LA election, something you thought might be
Yeah,
interesting to discuss.
yeah. They in LA they have a weird system in that the two vote getters get to run in the general election. The top
Yeah,
two vote getters in the primaries,
I
and the
pulled up
primaries are combined.
I pulled up an article here from the New York Times about
I'm Steyer.
how that voting system works. I managed to hit like select all and copy before their pop-up of like, you're not a member. Do you want to sign in and join? It's like, nope. I
Yeah,
just
no thanks.
pasted your entire article over onto my computer before you got any money out of me.
Mm.
Ha.
It's
But
just ridiculous.
yeah,
The system is totally anti our government, and there's no question that if a Democrat versus a Republican were in the election, who would win? But still, it's just not the way our government's supposed to work.
yeah. Well, I don't know. There's a lot that can happen between a primary and an actual. I don't know. I don't know. Do you mind if I read this New York Times
Please go
article
ahead.
about, and then we can discuss. Um, but okay, so How does California's top two voting system work? It says California voters can choose any primary candidate, regardless of party, and two candidates from the same party can potentially face off in the general election. For more than a decade, California has had a unique primary system in which voters can choose candidates regardless of party, and the top two advance to the general election. The system allows two candidates from the same party to face off in the general election, a situation that has happened in various races, including for the U.S. Senate in 2018. California departs from traditional American primaries, in which voters from each party pick the candidate who will represent them on a general election ballot. Instead, all of the candidates from all of the parties are listed on the same primary ballot. The system is akin to how many nonpartisan municipal elections operate, with a wide field of candidates on the primary ballot, followed by a two-person runoff in the general election. Yeah, but just because something works on a municipal level doesn't mean it scales up well, though, right?
Right?
Um, the so-called top two voting system was instituted in 2011. Proponents argued that it would help moderates and independents move to the fore while encouraging voters to pay more attention to the electoral process. Instead of playing to their base, candidates are incentivized to appeal to a wider audience. But critics say the system can force out third parties, leave voters without options in general elections, and splinter the vote in unusual ways. In this year's governor's race, for instance, Democrats panicked for months that they would be shut out of the general election despite having an overwhelming registration advantage in the state. That's because they had several prominent candidates splitting the vote, while Republicans had only two serious contenders. In response, a Democratic strategist started a campaign last month to, quote, undo the top two. The proposal, backed by a coalition of Democrats, Republicans, and leaders of the state's Green and Libertarian parties, would revert California's primaries to a traditional system in which one candidate from each party advances to the general election. Backers want to place it on the ballot in 2028. It is unclear how much impact the top two voting system has had on California's policies. One paper from 2020 found that the rules, quote, reduced ideological extremity among legislators. But others, one paper, that paper was written by somebody who really likes to show off their vocabulary, isn't it?
Also,
Ideological
BS.
extremity. Yeah. I mean, it all, that statement, that phrase, reduced ideological extremity among legislators, that relies entirely on how they choose to define, uh, choose to define and categorize ideologies and how they define extremity. I mean, it's even without reading the paper, I can see right off the bat how it would be very difficult for them to not be just publishing, writing their own bias. How can you be truly objective from that? Everybody has a bias of some sort. Everybody has a perspective. Nobody's completely objective. So anyway, I'm sorry. I should move on. Other research found the system's effect inconclusive, and the evidence for voter turnout is mixed and complicated by efforts to increase voter participation. According to the Public Policy Institute of California, a nonpartisan think tank, when the legislation creating the current system was passed, the idea was to, quote, box out the more extreme candidates, said Eric McGee, a senior fellow and policy director at the Institute. He said he thought the question was less about whether it led to more moderate politics and more about is the amount of moderation produced enough to be worth the change. Olivia Albeck Ripka is a Times reporter based in LA covering breaking news, California, and other subjects. Share the article. No, thanks. Um, so yeah, there we go. What
Why do we need a two-party system if we're just going to elect people, especially the line you said, I don't remember it exactly, but it's they're campaigning, they may campaign for the general election. But once they're in office, they're gonna rule the way they believe, not how they campaign.
yeah, exactly. Well, and another thing with this particular election, the way I've been watching it unfold, I think is extremely suspicious. And
Yeah,
there's no way to explain this without sounding like a conspiracy theorist, but just because there's a conspiracy, just because theorizing about a conspiracy does not mean it isn't true. Preface, right?
yeah.
Um, doesn't mean I'm not crazy either. Um, but it seems like this top two voting system with the LA mayor, right, was Spencer Pratt versus Karen Bass initial, like up to late in the race, right? And it was kind of a surprise that Raman threw her hat in the ring, another Democrat, progressive, um, part of Bass's city administration, right? She's an insider in the process, in the whole organization that is currently in power. And, an insider and employee, sub, lieutenant, so to speak, of Bass, the front runner, right? So if in a one-on-one race between Karen Bass and Spencer Pratt, when faced with a choice, some enough people were going towards Pratt that it looked like he might actually end up on the ballot. Oh my gosh, people might actually be allowed to vote for him. Um, Suddenly, somebody from Bass's administration, another Democrat says, I'll come in, I'll be here to split the vote enough. Um, and it was just made it just barely enough, but enough to now, um, Pratt is locked out. There is no Republican mayor. There is um, no candidate for any sort of change at all, right? You either get the the mayor that you've already got, and if you don't like the way she's been handling things, then too bad. Or you get one of her lackeys, and if you don't like that, I mean, it's probably not going to be too different. But what if Ramen threw her hat into the ring solely to split the vote? And now, after this, she's not gonna really try too hard to win, right? Just kind of drag her feet.
Um,
That
here,
would be a pretty effective vote fix for Karen Bass, wouldn't it? Make sure
Well,
that
that's
she
um,
what they
wins.
did, isn't it?
Yeah, make sure that she wins by making sure Pratt can't get on there. by adding a candidate that is unelectable anyway, one of her lackeys basically said, "Hey, Ramen, go run in this race." And yeah, I don't know. And I'm
When
not
the
so
news,
sure that even if it was a one-on-one election, I'm not so sure that it would be a given that the Democrat would still win. You know, there's a lot that can happen in the next few months. I don't know. I found
So,
Pratt's commercials massively entertaining at the very least. I'll give him that
Well,
for sure.
wasn't he a reality TV star in the
yeah,
beginning?
So wasn't
yeah,
Arnold still? Wasn't
yeah.
Reagan? I mean,
Wasn't Trump.
why would being a career politician be any sort of qualification for anything? If anything, that should count against them. They've been there, they've been doing that, and they've been failing. If it's a condition you don't like, if it's something you would vote against, I don't know. Oh, I didn't even remember the biggest TV reality star ever, our president.
your
I mean,
president,
so by that standard, yeah, Pratt's qualified to lead the most powerful nation in the world. What's
He's
Karen
more
Bass done?
qualified than the
Just
president.
LA mayor. She was a senator for a little while. Only a handful of
man.
senators have progressed to presidency.
Yeah, we got this one guy now, named Tom Steyer. Well, on the news when it comes on, there's three people they're showing, but this guy is like the guy Mark said. His commercials are hilarious. He's pointing out scams for the other guy. The other guy's taking bribes from Shell. And then you got an interview with that guy. He's like, "Hey, if Shell gas station wants to give me money, then I'll take the money." So the commercials are entertaining. But they're trying to say that he's trying to buy his way in because he's billionaire. Yeah, so both of them have some entertaining commercials, but if I say so, Tom is winning with the commercials. It was like when Drake and Kendrick were going at it.
You
Drake
see,
was
that's a
losing.
cultural reference I don't get. I'm sorry. I know the names. I know that something happened, but I have no idea.
You're not
Good. I'll
alone
put
in
it like
that one.
that.
Keep it like that, you
Yeah.
say?
Yeah, it's good if you don't. It's a good thing you don't.
Okay.
Um, it's easier to move on. I got this double chocolate cake. Um, when I stepped away, it's amazing.
Yeah.
Just had to say that.
Wow.
Costco cakes, I think. Yeah, there's really no name brand, Kirkland. Yeah.
Kirkland is the name brand.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the name of everything in the store. So
Yeah.
I can't say
I
it's like
mean,
Fruit Loops
actually,
or something.
Kirkland has really some of the best quality anything.
Yeah,
It's not
They do have
like
some really good stuff.
yeah,
right.
it's not like the store brand stuff from your regional grocery store. Costco is such a big powerhouse of, you know, uh, buying from like the actual um, suppliers themselves that they really get first pick of a lot of the goods that they're selling. Um, so they're like Kirkland brand coffee is the same stuff that gets sold to Starbucks. You know, it's not Folgers or Maxwell House. It's the good stuff. You know,
I
so
don't drink
yeah.
coffee to know what's good and what's bad. How do you tell a bad coffee? Andrea, you're good with the coffee game. Uh,
You just find one you like.
Yeah,
Mm.
I couldn't even tell you what brand mine is, honestly. I don't
it's
remember.
Um,
Kirkland.
It's not
Yeah,
the-
Kirkland. I know I tried a Kirkland once and I didn't like it,
yeah,
but that doesn't mean another one of their roasts wouldn't be good.
yeah.
okay.
Or the whole
Uh,
bean versus pre-ground and that whole mess, and drip versus French press, cold brewed, or oh my gosh, there's a whole science to coffee these days. The hipsters
Yeah.
back in the 20 teens ruined it. You can't just say, I like this brand coffee. It's a mess.
yeah, I'm lucky I don't drink coffee. Uh, Often I do get a caramel frap from Starbucks every now and then. Uh, that's
That
all.
barely
So then you know
qualifies as
what Kirkland
coffee.
so then you know what Kirkland brand coffee tastes like.
All those fancy coffee drinks
I'll
barely
try it, I
qualify
guess.
as coffee. It's a bunch of syrup.
Yeah, so that's the only thing I don't do coffee. Are you one of those that can drink coffee with nothing in it? Just drink it dark?
No, I put
I
a
Uh,
little
do.
bit of half and half and a little bit of sweetener.
yeah, I
I'm not
tried it
saying I
one
don't
time.
like the caramel fraps. They're delicious, but they're not really coffee.
Okay, then I don't drink coffee then. Doesn't
If
it
you
have
get
the
like
caffeine in it
extra
still?
espresso, yeah, but you got to add like a couple extra shots of espresso to make it actually coffee enough to taste like coffee to me, because they put
Uh,
so much other shit in it.
I didn't know they put espresso in it because they put the chocolate swirl in the cup before they put everything in the cup, and uh, yeah, it's amazing to watch them make it.
Yeah, get
But
it with an
yeah,
extra shot of espresso next time. It'll be better.
we'll
Yeah,
see.
two.
Um,
Two extra shots of espresso would be even better.
um,
Or try Cuban coffee.
I'm
Pretty
gonna
sure
try
the
just
one I'm drinking
straight,
right
no
now is a
sugar,
Jamaican.
Uh,
Jamaican, mm,
what?
I think the
Jamaican
one I'm drinking
coffee.
right now is a Jamaican
Mm. Where'd you get it from?
Walmart. I don't remember what brand it is, but it's like their Jamaican blend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Cuban coffee is a highly caffeinated dark roast espresso whipped with raw sugar for a signature sweet caramel colored foam.
Mm.
So it's not an
Sounds good.
espresso like a frappe, like frou-frou coffee thing. It's espresso with just right. Yeah.
Or you could drink it
Um,
black and it's delicious.
Yeah, and grow some hair on your chest.
Yeah.
I
I
don't
used
want
to
uh,
any
drink
hair
it
on my
black.
chest.
No, how come?
I got enough hair on my head. I don't need any on my chest.
right. Um, Not if it's as thick as your head hair. Definitely.
Sure.
Mark, I sent you an article I thought you would like, and I was hoping you did because sometimes you don't. But yeah, check it out.
Mm,
I could have
Oh,
put this in the rocket news part, but we're past rocket news now. So, but this is something to do with something I thought you might like.
no, I will not allow ads on your site. Okay. Okay, so let's see. No, I will not subscribe for your notifications. Why do you keep doing this to me? Okay.
Everybody does it.
I know. Twice in one visit to a single page.
Then just put in a fake email address.
No, I don't want them to. Want me?
Yeah,
Okay, so for future space missions, molecular ecology finally offers a clear biosignature target. Interesting. Okay. A new Nature Astronomy paper reveals that applying terrestrial biodiversity statistics to chemical samples can identify the hidden fingerprints of life even when space radiation destroys traditional biomarkers. When the next generation of probes scoops up dust from the icy shell of Europa or the surface of Mars, the strongest proof of alien life won't be the discovery of a single pristine molecule, it will be the hidden mathematical pattern of the chemistry itself. Researchers proposed and tested a statistical framework borrowed from ecology to serve as a practical biosignature for planetary missions that often provide only relative molecular abundance data. The question is important for astrobiology because missions to icy open worlds such as Europa and Enceladus, as well as sample return missions from Mars and asteroids, often collect molecular data without detailed isotopic, chiral, or compound specific measurements used in classical biosignature studies. Instruments, instruments such as MASPEX, almost called that MAPSEX, that would have been fun. Aboard Europa Clipper, I guess I did anyway, even. There wasn't no almost about it. I straight up did it.
Map
Aboard
sex could be
Europa
fun.
Clipper. Yeah, I mean, whatever works for the robot, right?
Yeah.
Um, Europa Clipper and Suda can measure relative molecular abundances. This makes an approach based only on abundance distributions broadly useful. Previous studies showed that amino acids and fatty acids occur in both living and non-living environments. Scientists have found them in meteorites, asteroid samples from Ryugu and Bennu, laboratory prebiotic experiments, and many terrestrial settings. Abiotic chemistry usually produces simpler, low-mass compounds because of thermodynamic and kinetic constraints. In contrast, living systems generate more complex and highly organized molecular distributions. Earlier work examined these patterns and used machine learning to search for agnostic biosignatures. This study extends that idea by applying ecological diversity metrics, specifically Hill numbers and evenness curves, to molecular assemblages. Um, Hold on. Mm, Okay, and evenness curves to uh, molecular assembly. Researchers assembled a deliberately diverse data set of amino acid abundances. Biotic samples included microbial cultures, marine and estuarine sediments, and fossils such as stromatolites and dinosaur eggshells. Abiotic samples included carbonaceous chondrites, material from Ryugu and Bennu, laboratory syntheses, and icy moon analog experiments. They also analyzed a smaller fatty acid dataset that included only chains longer than C6 for consistency. For each sample, the team calculated evenness curves using Hill number diversity across different values of Q, which changed the way. Okay, do we really need to know all the details of the mathematics? It's interesting, but I don't think it's going to add too much to to the researchers concluded that molecular diversity measured through the evenness of relative abundances captures a fundamental organizational signature of life. Because the method requires only relative abundance data, scientists can apply it to measurements from current and future planetary missions. The authors argue that this approach may offer a more universal indicator of life than biosignatures based solely on features of Earth biology. Okay. So, what did you guys think?
Mm. I think that I don't understand a lot of this, but it does sound interesting. Um,
Yeah, rather than looking for specific molecules that we associate with life here on Earth, they're looking for certain chaotic associations and patterns
looking for life on
associated
Mars, right?
associated with um, biological processes because life and living cells um, change the nature of the thermodynamics of the processes in the environments that they live in. So if they look for statistical changes like that from changes from what they would see, it would suggest biological life without having to look for the particular molecules themselves. They're looking for variety. And yeah, so thermodynamic distribution, that molecular diversity, biosignatures chart that they have there, relative abundance from 0 to 100, and chemical variety in terms of molecular mass. So in non-living
Okay.
environments, chemistry is driven by thermodynamics. It forms a smooth, continuous curve of molecules, prioritizing the easiest and smallest structures first, right? First law of thermodynamics, basically, everything falls apart. Um, that's um, a very like simplistic way to phrase it or whatever, but yeah, generally. Um, so the more complex something is, the harder it is to both form and the easier it is to fall apart because the more points of failure exist in whatever system. So when you zoom way down in and the system that you're thinking of, that you're looking at, is a molecule, um, and those molecules are associated with life, and those molecules are not falling apart the way that you would expect based on thermodynamics. That statistical variation would be something that would suggest something other than pure thermodynamics is driving the chemistry of that habitat, um, which is something that they can look for without making an assumption, which is a pretty big leap, a pretty big assumption that all life must exist in the form that we see it here on Earth. That the biological chemistry that forms life, all life, that defines all life here on Earth, is the chemistry of life for the universe. And therefore, looking for that chemistry elsewhere is the path to finding it on other planets, which is, a big leap. Um, it's, I don't know, even in
Kind of
that
close-minded.
extremely, huh?
kind of closed-minded.
Yeah,
If you-
yeah,
if you're not looking for
exactly.
something, no, you're not looking.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, if you're looking for something alien, that's like you're fundamentally looking for something that you don't know what to look for, right?
You don't know
How
what you
can,
don't know.
yeah, how can you a, ask a question about information that you don't know to ask for or about, right? But this is an answer to that, finally, or at least a proposal how to get around it. You don't ask the question, you ask what the consequences of a generalized answer might be rather than a specific answer, or even, generalizing an answer from the specific example that we have and we know right here, right? So, yeah, that's an interesting article. There's a lot of forensic stuff in the middle that really doesn't, yeah. You guys don't care about statistical z-scores and Fisher-Tropsch syntheses, right?
I don't even know what that is.
Like,
So
I,
no.
I don't know what the Fisher-Tropsch synthesis is.
I
What's
like hearing you talk about anything that I
I
don't know.
mispronounce it. Yeah, but the statistical z-scores, yeah, the measure of curve fit from a. Okay. Um, yeah.
But Mark, I can't imagine scientists saying there's no need to look other than what we know.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Well, yeah. Don't necessarily assume that scientists are as open-minded as they should be in order to get accurate answers, truthful answers, fundamentally truthful answers to the problems that they're solving. Um, yeah, especially, I mean, it depends on the field also. Some fields are a lot different than others. I don't know. I mean,
I
there's
guess
like
you're right.
the hard sciences and soft sciences, right? But here, hold on. Let me do a quick pull up here.
I'm sorry. I'll be right back. So,
Um, there's a couple comments here, stuff that I don't understand, but it goes with what we were talking about. One says photosynthesis is basically light being absorbed by plants for energy to grow. Another comment says almost like reaching the peak of a triangle, and we need to recognize its peak before we even have an idea about how to continue climbing. And the movie His Day just starts farther back. Uh,
That's actually that's an issue that has been found with robots and like with humans to in order to move and accurately catch something in real time, you need to be able to know where it's going to be and how to move before you actually move, because the signals that travel and process and send whatever they need to, yeah, it's, yeah, that was, I saw, watched an interview about that yesterday. That's why it kind of bounced into my memory, I think. I'm not sure if that was actually relevant. Sorry. Um,
right. You done with that article, Mark? I got something.
Not entire. Well, here. Okay,
Go
so
ahead.
there's something, yeah, replication crisis, reproducibility crisis. Um, so it's hard to, there's different names for it, but um, yeah, there have been, hold on, widespread failures in science in order to independently reproduce and verify a lot of results that have been published. And I think I've mentioned this before, but here, the AI overview. Ooh, which honestly have been getting a little bit better. They've been better at citing their sources, and it's not been so off the wall lately. But yeah, this matches what I knew from back when it was first coming up. But the reproducibility crisis refers to the alarming methodological problem in which many scientific studies are difficult or impossible to independently reproduce. First brought to public attention around 2005, it highlights a deep systematic flaw, the cornerstone of the scientific method, verifiability, is failing at an unacceptable rate. The crisis is heavily prevalent across multiple disciplines, with surveys revealing that over 70% of researchers have failed to produce another scientist's experiments. That's a problem. And then a lot of people go and say, well, science says this, science has proven that, science, this scientific study, that scientific study, as if being a science anything is magically endowing some sort of unassailability on the position, which, it's like it's supposed to shut down criticism of the, like, no, not, I don't, I don't know. Yeah, so there's a few things about that. I mean, I can see first off there would be, why there could start to develop a problem because everybody in academia coming up in their graduate programs or whatever, when they're doing research, it's so much more fun, more interesting, and much, much easier to get funding when you're doing original research, right? It's hard to get, like, to convince somebody to fund you to spend, hundreds of thousands of dollars on laboratory time and student assistance and this and that and whatever to just reproduce some other experiment that was published. So, well, I mean, they already peer reviewed it and said it was good to publish. So, plus it's possibly an attack on the credibility of a peer, right? Academia, you don't necessarily always want to um, poke holes in somebody else's reputation like that because that kind of sets a precedent where your own reputation might get holes poked, right? Do you want your own research criticized that carefully, that thoroughly? Um, I don't know. Um, yeah, okay, yeah. Key causes publication bias. Journals overwhelmingly prefer to publish positive, groundbreaking results over null results, incentivizing researchers to highlight successes. Successes, right? Highlight successes or manufacture, create successes, or just only report them as success. Um, yeah, statistical malpractice. Common practices like p hacking, they call. which is tinkering with the raw data until a significant p-value is achieved. P-value is basically a measure of how reliable the result is within the data that they've collected. And and harking, yeah, hypothesizing after results are known. So yeah, you go and you collect a bunch of data, you study it, you break it down, you see what you can figure out from the data, and then you go and write up your report and write that your hypothesis was proven by the data, magically. Um, Low statistical power studies often utilize small samples, leading to exaggerated effects and high false positives and a lack of transparency. Many failed to share their raw data or detailed experimental protocols, making it virtually impossible for peers to retrace their steps. So, yeah, by field psychology, yeah, psychology is kind of wishy-washy scientifically. Um, no offense to psychologists, it's important, it's helpful, but it's not exactly scientific. It's uses scientific language, um, but it's not. Well, I guess that's why they say hard science versus soft science. Biomedicine, cancer biology, and preclinical trials face severe replication issues. Well, that is horrible. That is horrible. Cancer trials can't be replicated. You do something on one guy and you cure him, and then the next guy doesn't, but you still get the grant to, you know, say that it works. Or you make up your data to say that it works, become a hero for curing some specific form of cancer that is so rare that only a handful of cases will ever come up, and you won't really have your work get tested. Economics, yeah, influential economic studies have similarly shown replication rates of only around 50%, even when working alongside original authors. It's almost like economists are just describing what's happening around, and they don't really have any predictive value. I don't know. There's a lot of issues with this, and there's been pushes to open up the whole system, uh, pre-registration, force researchers to publicly register their study hypothesis and methodologies and analysis plans before gathering data to prevent them from moving goalposts, cherry picking data, force them to release entire data sets and code, and yeah, dedicate space to direct replication in journals. So yeah, science has a big problem there. I don't remember how I got onto that, but yeah, when people say the science is settled, science says, science says that.
Science is
Yeah,
settled until it's proven wrong.
science is settled only when somebody wants to shut down conversation or when they don't understand what they're talking about. And they're betting that you won't either, right? They say the
Yeah.
science is settled and yeah, under the assumption that nobody else knows either. But yeah, uh, that's a hell of a thing, right?
Yeah, I agree. Um,
Medicine particularly is a big thing that gets to me about this. Like medical studies, out of all of them, should be the most rigorously enforced and studied and like reproduced and studied again. And like, it doesn't matter as much if some psychologist is like doing some redefinition of autism and whatever. That doesn't change reality. But medical research and cancer medications that don't actually work but are getting approved anyway because people are faking the data, that affects reality for sure.
and kills people.
Yeah. Well, I guess I shouldn't say psychology doesn't affect reality. That's I don't know. Any psychologist, anybody who's into psychology watching, I apologize if that's been offensive. It's, I don't
Um,
know. Come from an engineering background, and in the STEM field, the engineers tend to be like kind of elitist and um, look down on the soft sciences, right? Engineers are the hard science, right? And then above that, you have the pure sciences, right? Um, Physics, chemistry, right? But chemistry is below physics because you'll have figures like if, all the way back in the early 20th century, Niels Bohr, founder of the theory of the atom, the model of the atom that you see with like the protons and neutrons and the electrons that we now know is completely wrong, but the Bohr model, right? That was the first physics description of an atom. Um, he's famously quoted as saying, um, "All science is either physics or stamp collecting." So yeah, like biology, it's like they're not doing physics, they're just collecting info, categorizing all the animals, describing, taking pictures of the interesting animals and all this stuff. How elitist is that, right? And what all engineers are just doing physics. They just don't understand the pure physics, right? And same with chemistry. Chemistry is just the physics of molecules and mixing and right.
I put them all together.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And then you have above that the mathematicians. Ah, pure mathematics majors look down on everybody because mathematics is the language of the universe. All physics is just mathematics describing reality. They're the physics are the stamp collectors of to mathematicians. They're just doing what, biologists do from physicist perspective, doing it to the universe and space and yeah. So it's a whole scientists are weird people. Anyway, yeah, that's interesting. I'm realizing now that's kind of like that's where the nerds finally get to let out their bullying energy from school, right? They got bullied their
nerds.
entire lives through high school and whatnot, and now in college they can be all elite. Like, you're not really, you don't know what you're,
Right.
we got the
You
real,
win because you're smarter now.
yeah, yeah.
They're in
So
their environment of the elite, like you said.
yeah, yeah, they get to gatekeep who the cool kids are. And yeah, it's the smart one, right? Mm,
The jocks used to say who's cool.
yeah.
Now it's
Well, hey, I mean
get to
the
college,
at the college, the the jocks are still the cool ones, technically, right? Any team that has any school that has a team, yeah, they're
long as
gonna
you got a
it's
jersey,
still gonna be like high school. The football players are still the cool kids. And well, the football players and then the
the
frat
basketball
guys have
players.
their like they're in the cool kids who are ju cool just for being cool, right? But the
Yeah,
yeah, the STEM crowd, science, technology, engineering, mathematics crowd, they've got their own whole hierarchy there like that. So um yeah, that's interesting. I never thought about back in college. I thought, wow, we're all so grown up, aren't we? Finally adults. Looking back now, I'm like, wow, like just basically a continuation of high school politics. Just, you know, bump up the difficulty of the subject matter a little bit, but it's still like petty social stuff. A little less petty, but there's definitely pecking orders. I don't know. I think that's kind of unavoidable in any sort of like human culture. There's gonna be pecking order of some sort, right?
Sure,
yeah.
it's got to be.
Mm.
Um,
Anytime you have somebody that's doing better than somebody else, there's a pecking order.
Yeah, well, and since uh natural giftedness and like innate ability is not equal, then there's always going to be, yeah, the some who have more, some who have less, and yeah, I don't know. I think it should be incumbent on those who have more to provide for those who have less. And that's not the way things do,
Wait a
not the way
second,
they're
Mark.
going. Huh?
That's not a conservative viewpoint.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The thing is, the conservative viewpoint, the Christian conservative, hold on, pill time. The Christian conservative viewpoint is that um, it is not incumbent upon the government to provide, not incumbent upon the government to enforce um, equality. Um, as Christians, it is our calling to help the poor. It
Right,
should be churches and individuals and charities and organizations. It should be we, the people,
right,
doing and going out open arm and saying, here's what I have, take what you need. Um, but that's not the way things are interpreted in a lot of congregations and for a lot of history. But that's I don't know, that's what I see in the Bible. Um, and that's what a lot of other conservatives see also. What I see as a big defining difference, a defining characteristic between the conservatives and the liberal progressive is that Um, the conservatives feel it is upon the duty is on the individual to um, help the poor, whereas it seems to me like the liberal voters view it as the government's responsibility to um, provide for the poor. And I don't see the government as having been reliable in responsible, effective use of funds that have historically been meant to provide for the poor. I don't think that there's a good track record of responsible management there. Um, I don't think there's a good track record on the Republican side either. Um, but in the ideal conservative view that I have, or the ideal view of conservatism that I have, would be um, small government and a responsible, dutiful citizenry who recognize and um, follow through that, it is our responsibility to help, to help the poor. Um,
Then you and I,
would
Mark,
you
have
know?
the same. You and I have the same exact feeling on this, except you as a conservative feel one way, and I as a radical revolutionary feel the same exact way. But our government and our people, most especially our people, are failing to do that. If
Yes,
we had more,
absolutely.
if we had more honorable people in this country that lived up to that standard, on both on any religious side, the government wouldn't need to get involved.
Yes,
But we don't do that.
Yeah.
Neither side does that. I'm not
yes,
blaming one side or the other, but I think both sides would like that, would like the people to be responsible. And we're just not.
yeah. And then the problem becomes, how do we get there? Can we get there? What is a pathway to, a responsible and empathetic um, citizenry and safe citizenry, right?
Yeah.
Um, I don't
Gee, I
know.
wish I had the answer to that.
Yeah, there's never going to be an easy answer.
Right.
Oh, but I'm glad that we agree. And I think we agree much more strongly than we disagree.
I agree. I
The
think so
the,
too. We
the
just come at it from different point of views.
yeah, the problem is the biggest thing. The solution is secondary to recognizing the problem. And
Right.
yeah,
When this country all worked together, it was a great country. And we
Yep.
stopped that.
I remember the days.
mm,
Mm.
And
Uh,
honestly, our government lying to us is what, in my opinion, is what led to that.
yeah. I don't know. Was there a point that there was,
Well, Vietnam, for one,
yeah.
we were fighting against freedom. If you look back at,
Korea? Was it before Korea even?
I'm not, I was 2 years old in Korea, so I don't remember a lot of that.
Yeah.
Uh, I don't remember, much of that conflict. But I really don't remember any of that conflict except MASH. Um, but but
I remember that show.
yeah, Vietnam, I'm certainly aware of because I was of draft age.
Mm.
Uh, and it didn't matter that I had a physical deferment. Uh, all my friends were getting drafted and killed um, for
Yeah.
false pretenses.
Yeah, my dad pulled 360 out of 365, so he was a lucky one.
Yeah, it was.
Mm.
I had a high number, but I had taken a physical prior to that. I was trying to. I had a friend that was in the National Guard. He was trying to get me assigned to desk duty, um, so my chances of going wouldn't be so high because I had a low number. Um, I was like 18 or 19,
Oh, wow.
and I went for my physical, and I failed. It was the happiest day of my life.
I was gonna say that. So just you like that? I was just gonna say
Yeah,
that.
sounds like a good day to fail.
That's what I was just gonna say. It's a good day to fail.
Um, I think I said something about this last night. Um, about women's handwriting being better than men because I have an article on it. It
Oh,
says,
I do remember you bringing that up.
yeah, I definitely had to talk about it. I got this article here. It says, why do men tend to have worse handwriting than women? Multiple large scale studies have consistently shown that on average, women produce faster, more legible, and more fluent handwriting than men. Well, nice way to start. These differences emerge early, often by the start of primary school, and typically widen through elementary years before stabilizing around secondary school. Both boys and girls improve with age and practice, yet the average female advantage persists in adulthood. This pattern holds across diverse cultures and educational systems, raising an obvious question: is it rooted in biology or something else? The evidence strongly points away from innate biological causes and toward differences in experiences and expectations in practice. A landmark 2020
the roundish,
neuroimaging,
girly handwriting is
yeah,
all. Or yeah,
We're
they've
just
been
curvier.
encouraged. Right, yeah, it's heard. Well, I don't know. I remember ever since, grade school that the girls would write rounder and a lot of time, when writing things for themselves or to each
that's
other
cute.
and hearts over the eyes and things like that, the girly stuff and as they grow older and speed that up, when you speed that up and slow it down, the rounder shape would be naturally more legible, I think. Um, yeah, if as far as nature versus nurture, I'm gonna predict they're going towards nurture by the end of this. Um, I don't know.
I
I
think
finished
it's
the article.
because women are used to, they want to look nicer than men in all respects. So they practice their handwriting more. They stand in front of the mirror to get dressed more. We just throw on clothes, whatever we have laying around. Adrian, you give it a lot of thought every day. Well, not you maybe, but the
Well,
average
how
woman who
many
goes out
times
to
do you
work,
braid and unbraid, though? You
yeah,
know?
same thing.
I didn't look in a
I
mirror for any of that.
Yeah, I
Muscle,
don't need to.
you got it down, huh?
I don't
Yeah,
need to look in the mirror to do my braids. It is kind of muscle
actually,
memory.
if I look in a mirror, I fuck it all up. I can't
Really?
look in a mirror and braid my hair.
Hmm.
Yeah, because then the vision is backwards.
Yeah, it's just
Looking
all
in the
wrong.
mirror like left is right, right is left. Um, shouldn't be that hard to do hair, but it can be. Um, I'll finish the rest of this article. It says a landmark 2020 neuroimaging study using fMRI found that men and women activate different brain regions during handwriting tasks. Men showed greater engagement in the left posterior middle frontal gyrus, uh, a region involved in translating orthographic information into motor commands, along with stronger connectivity to the right cerebellum. Crucially, these neural differences appeared even when men and women produce handwriting of comparable quality in the scanner. In real world pen and paper assessments outside the scanner, women still scored higher on overall handwriting quality. The finding underscores a key principle of neuroscience. Brains are highly plastic. Neural neural pathways for complex skills like handwriting are shaped far more by when and how a skill is learned, how much is it practiced, and the feedback received than by any fixed sex based wiring, end quote, wiring. As a broad cultural pattern, girls tend to receive stronger encouragement and neatness for fine motor activities, drawing, crafts, and careful penmanship, while boys are often steered toward gross motor emphasis, gross motor play, emphasizing strength and speed. These early differences in practices and reinforcements accumulate, producing measurable gaps in handwriting, fluency, and legibility by school age. Other factors play supporting roles. Boys show modestly higher rates of left handedness, and left handers have historically faced challenges with right handed dominant classroom tools and instruction through excellent handwriting is entirely achievable with appropriate practice. Again, the data suggests environment and training matter more than biology. Large scale assessments for academic writing reinforce the pattern analysis of the U.S. National Assessment of Education process over decades reveal a stable female advantage in writing achievement, including components tied to handwriting speed, legibility, and overall fluency. The gaps are not trivial, but they are also not destiny. The overlap between individuals is substantial. Uh, Variation within each sex far exceeds the average difference between the sexes. Many men write beautifully, and many women do not. The averages simply tilt in one direction. A comprehensive 2021 synthesis of three dec- of 3 decades of brain imaging and post-mortem data further weakens the biological determinist view. After accounting for overall brain size and rigorous statistical controls, most purported sex differences in brain structure and function are small, often non replicable, or heavily influenced by life experience. Handwriting appears to fit this broader picture. Any neural distinctions observed today are more likely the result of practices practices, histories than the cause of differing skill levels. In short, men do have worse handwriting because their brains are, in quote, wired for it. Wow. They tend to have worse handwriting because, on average, society has valued and cultivated this particular fine motor skill less than them, changing expectations and providing equal opportunities for deliberate practice could narrow or even close the gap, just as left-handers have shown that targeting training overcomes earlier disadvantages. The takeaway is both reassuring and practical. Handwriting is learned skill, not fixated on trait. Recogn- Recognizing the role of culture and encouragement can help educators, parents, policymakers support all children and effectively regardless of sex. Yeah. It is in practice to have nice handwriting. I'm not gonna say just for men, but it was never practiced. Pushed the issue that I need better handwriting. My handwriting was okay, but all the girls I knew always had better handwriting. I have no idea why. And I think that's what this article just tried to tell me. Yeah, Andrea, how's your handwriting?
Not as good as it used to be, that's for sure, but it's okay. I mean, it's legible.
Okay. Mark, how's your handwriting these days?
Um, I've always been told notably above average, um,
Okay.
in comparison to both sexes. Um, Most likely because I grew up, um, drawing rather than playing sports, drawing and painting, and sculpting and stuff, fine motor skills, pencils
Well,
and everything. That plus a lot of engineering stuff, mathematics equations, meant that I had to practice fine motor skills not only in the alphabet, but the Greek alphabet and a whole mess of mathematical symbology and notation on top of that. And I needed to be proficient at doing that quickly enough that I could keep up with the professor. Um, so I've had a lot of um, atypical educational background and practice in comparison to the rest of the male gender. So,
okay.
yeah. But I attribute it more to the artistic hobby background than the engineering, because there's a lot of engineers who have like chicken scratch handwriting that is just an absolute mess.
Chicken
Illegible,
scratch.
oftentimes even to themselves. Um, yeah.
Nice. Nice. Um,
What do you think your handwriting looks like, Pookie? You think it's good?
no,
No?
uh, double hell no.
What about you, Jeff?
It's
Mine is illegible even to me.
right. I mean, not for
In
you,
fact,
but
I
sometimes I
stopped
gotta be
signing
like,
my
what was I
name. It
trying
just
to
writes
spell
A with a
there?
line.
I mostly just put my initials because my hand doesn't want to cooperate. I'll skip entire letters.
I gotta put my arms down just to really focus to make straight lines. Uh, and I usually gotta put both arms down. Yeah, handwriting is sometimes legible to me. Um, Sometimes I'm like, what was I trying to write here? I guess I'll throw this in the garbage because I don't remember what this note was supposed to be. Um, yeah, I mean,
That
people
happens
can
to me
read
all
it
the
if you
time.
want to. Uh, yeah, but my memory is so bad that I don't remember what some of those sticky notes are about. But I thought it was good enough to actually take note of. Too bad that I
I think
forgot.
I think Mark's kind of onto something that I just from what I've noticed, girls' handwriting is typically, not always, but typically more round, whereas guys' handwriting is more straight lines.
Yeah, I can see it.
which is why it turns out to look like chicken scratch, and ours looks like doodles.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like I can
Hearts
do
and
my
hearts and
signature pretty
doodles
good.
versus symbols and hashtags and lines and yeah, messes.
Um, yeah, I haven't worked on my handwriting in a while, but my signature I've always been good at. I can do cursive better. Uh, it might be because it's more rounded. Uh,
Could be.
Can
yeah.
you
It
do
flows.
like anything in cursive or just your signature though?
For the most part, I can do any of them.
Okay, because that's something cursive is becoming a dying art. It's
Yes, it
been,
is.
yeah,
They don't
it's
even
been
teach it
phased out of
anymore, do they?
schools. No, no, they don't. And kids don't know what it is, how to write it, how to read it. It's just like the signature script or whatever. I don't know
Going out of
what
style.
kids these days would think of it. But I remember when I was in grade school before I got pulled out, it was exciting, the what going from second into third grade. It's like, oh, in third grade we get to learn cursive. We start to learn cursive. The third grade classroom had all like the alphabet, capital and lowercase, and like up
Mhm.
all around the top of the classroom, at the edge of the ceiling. And it was like the big draw. It felt so like growing up so old now. I know how to write like a grown up did. Yeah.
Uh, yeah, I don't write very often these days.
Mm.
So most times it's a signature when I do write,
Yeah.
because it's signing something. Unless I got to fill out the application to something, then I got to use regular. But yeah, my handwriting isn't that good. Like I said, my arms, I used to be able to just write with. Now, like I said, I need a steady space where I can hold my arms and write, or else it's not going to be as bad as it is. It's going to be even worse than that. Um,
Anybody that wants my signature gets initials most of the time at this point.
I like my signature.
Just
That's why I do the whole
nah.
thing.
Yeah.
Um, yeah,
My
another
brain can
study.
concentrate long enough for two letters.
That's why
uh,
having a spouse is a good idea.
yeah, it's gonna be like one of us has better than the other handwriting.
Right.
One is more legible. Um, I got something else here that I thought was interesting, and it's based on sexes as well. And it says 12,638 MRI scans confirm men's brains shrink faster in PNAS study. A massive analysis in 12,638 MRI scans challenge a major neurology assumption. While women suffer more Alzheimer's, men experience modest but systematic brain tissue loss faster as they age. A large scale analysis of brain scan taken over time has found that men's brains shrink faster than women's across a broader age of regions during healthy aging. Yet the researchers concluded this pattern is unlikely to account for why women develop Alzheimer's disease at nearly twice the rate of men. The sex disparity of Alzheimer's diagnosis has always puzzled researchers. Women make up roughly two-thirds of Alzheimer's patients worldwide. One prominent hypothesis has been that women's brains age structurally faster, leaving them more vulnerable to neurodegeneration. Testing that hypothesis required a study large enough and long enough to track real brain changes across the full adult lifespan in both sexes under comparable conditions. Prior research had established that the brain loses volume and cortical thickness gradually across adulthood, with the pace accelerating in later decades, but most earlier work was limited either by sample size, by relying on single time point scans rather than tracking the same individuals over time, or by failing to account for the considerable difference in average head size between men and women, a factor that can distort volume comparisons if left unadjusted. Researchers led by Anne Randeval, Rav, yeah, I don't know how to pronounce her last name. Researchers led by Anne at the University of Oslo pooled MRI data from 14 international research cohorts. Um, research cohorts, ultimately analyzing 12,638 longitudinal scans from 4,726 cognitively healthy participants ranging in the age from 17 to 95. Partici- because participants were scanned more than once. The team could measure actual change within individuals rather than interfering change by comparing different people at a different age. The analysis examined 85 separate structural brain measures, including cortical thickness, surface area, and subcortical volumes, covering regions distributed across the whole brain. Statistical models controlled the intracranial volume, education level, and other relevant variables in a separate set of analysis. The team additionally adjusted the estimated remaining life expectancy to account for the fact that women live longer on average. Of the brain, 85 brain measures examined, 17, or roughly 20%, showed significantly steeper rates of decline in men compared to women. No comparable cluster of measures showed faster decline in women. Cortical thickness showed greater annual reductions in cortical thickness in four regions: the canusis, lingual gyrus, uh, parahippocampal cortex, and paracalcarine cortex. Um, these areas are involved in visual processing, memory, and spatial orientation. The paracalcarine cortex, I think that says, the brain's primary visual area, declined at approximately 0.24% per year in men versus 0.14% per year in women. The postcentral cortex, associated with touch and body sensation, declined at about 0.20% for men per year compared to 0.12% in women. Surface area, men showed greater surface area loss in the fusiform and post-central regions. Women showed greater surface area decline in one region only, the banks of superior temporal sulcus. Subcortical volumes among adults over 60, men experience more pronounced volumes lost for subcortical structures for caudate, nucleus accumbens, putamen, and palladium, um, which are involved in movement. What were you going to say? You were going to correct that for me?
Palladium. Yeah, palladium is an element on the periodic table.
Oh, okay. Because I know a place named Palladium. It isn't spelled like that, but okay. Um, which are involved in movement, motivation, and reward processing. Global measures: total brain volume, overall gray matter, and white matter each declined more steeply in men. Women showed greater ventricle expansion in older age, meaning the fluid filled spaces within the brain enlarge more in women, a pattern that typically accompanies surrounding tissue loss. Brain changes occurred gradually across adulthood in both sexes, but the pace of decline accelerated notably after age 60. Despite finding that men's brains decline faster across more regions, the team concluded that these sex differences in healthy structural aging do not support the hypothesis that faster female brain aging underlies women's higher rates of Alzheimer's disease. The pattern runs in opposite direction. If anything, men's brains showed the steeper structural decline. This research pointed instead to several other possible explanations for women's greater Alzheimer's risk. These include hormonal changes associated with menopause, genetic factors, particularly differing differing sensitivities to APOE, allele, um, a known Alzheimer's risk gene, greater female vulnerability to tau tangles, a amyloid plaques, the hallmark proteins of Alzheimer's pathology, and women's longer average lifespan, which allows more time for disease to develop and be diagnosed. The study was restricted to cognitively healthy individuals, so it does not directly measure what happens in the brain during or before the onset of Alzheimer's disease. The adjustments made for life expectancy shifted uh, shifted some findings when life expectancy was factored in. Certain male disadvantages in cortical decline diminished, and greater hippocampal volume decline became more apparent, and cortical decline diminished and greater hippocampal volume decline became more apparent in women, a pattern potentially more relevant to Alzheimer's risk. The study as also cannot establish that any of the observed structural changes cause cognitive decline. The relationship between brain structure and cognition require separate investigation, while pulling 14 international cohorts provides uh, breedth, um, demographic, and lifestyle variation across these cohorts may introduce heterogeneity. These models did not fully capture. That is all. Yeah. So, yeah, women, you guys get Alzheimer's more, but we don't live as long, or our brains shrink faster. We age faster, basically. Uh, yeah. How do you feel about that, Andrea?
If that's what they say, I mean, I don't know.
You definitely might live longer, but you might get Alzheimer's more. You're more at a risk for Alzheimer's.
I'm definitely more at
Mm,
a risk of Alzheimer's. It runs in my family.
Oh, okay. Um, Sorry to hear that. And yeah, Jeff, Mark, how do you guys feel about those brains shrinking?
I don't worry about it too much because I'm not going to be here that long.
yeah, there's a difference between uh, predictive statistics and descriptive statistics. So what they're talking about here are descriptive statistics. They're just painting a picture of what is found in the data. They're not saying that an individual is that whatever percentage more likely to get Alzheimer's or to live longer or whatever. It's just describing the general state of an overall population. It doesn't apply at an individual level. So I'm not really concerned because it's not like there's anything I could do about it anyway. So yeah, but don't worry.
Gotcha. Um, yeah, I was gonna send you this article so you could read this one, Mark.
You're making me read a lot today, man.
You're supposed to be leading and I'm supposed to be following. So, uh,
No, I never agreed to that. You just said it.
yeah,
Pookie and I both agreed.
Well,
yeah,
you can both
we
agree.
agreed.
That doesn't mean anything.
We agreed that you will take
You could
control
agree
of
that the
today.
sky is purple. So what?
It should be.
Yeah,
Purple's the best color,
Purple is a cool
next to
color.
black.
I
Epilepsy
love
awareness.
purple.
Can you tell I like purple?
Purple and
Oh
black.
yeah. Uh, Andrea, you could read that one.
I don't think I can read today because my eyes are fucking up. Seriously.
All
Okay.
right.
I'll read it on Andrea's
Oh,
behalf.
okay, nice.
Is
Thank you,
it that
Mark.
rethabeatriclan.com? Oh wait, no, that's
Yeah,
your
1 second. Anybody out there watching, press that thumbs up button, and please check us out again on Saturday and Friday and next Wednesday and so on in that same order. Um, yeah, press that thumbs up and press that little bell, and it'll let you know when we go live. And go ahead, Mark.
yeah, like, subscribe, share, notify. Okay, so bird watching could reverse aging and boosts cognitive health. A scientific study suggests that the focused attention, sharp perception, and detailed memory required to become an expert bird watcher don't just make you a better birder, they can literally reshape your brain in ways that may protect cognitive function well into old age. They should have put a comma in there. Um, Conducted by researchers at Toronto's Baycrest Academy for Research and Education, part of the Rotman Research Institute. The study compared the brains of 29 expert birders with those of 29 matched novices. Participants were balanced for age ranging from early 20s to late 70s, gender, and education level. The experts were drawn from local ornithological clubs and had years of expertise identifying birds in the field. The novices had little to no prior exposure. Excuse me. Hold on. Uh, er, yeah. Ugh. I haven't been feeling the VNS discharging so much lately. I wonder if that's what's, I don't know. I digress. Okay. Um, Using advanced diffusion-weighted MRI and functional MRI, the team examined both brain structure and real-time activity during a bird identification task. The results published in the Journal of Neuroscience were striking. Expert birders showed significantly more compact brain tissue measured as Expert birders showed significantly more compact brain tissue measured as lower mean diffusivity of water molecules in key regions associated with attention, perception, and memory. I'm not sure I'm taking away what they're trying to say there. That's okay. Moving on though. These included areas in the superior frontal gyrus, intraparietal sulcus, I don't know, angular gyrus, pre, precuneus, lateral occipital cortex, and fusiform gyrus. Um, Crucially, these structural differences directly translated into better performances. Experts were far more accurate at identifying birds. Wow. Groundbreaking.
Big shocker.
Yeah, especially unfamiliar non-local species, and the same brain regions lit up more strongly on functional scans when the task grew challenging. The structural compactness appeared to enhance neural efficiency, allowing faster and more precise processing under uncertainty and time pressure, exactly the conditions bird watchers face in the field. Gosh, they're really bad with these commas. They missed another one there. Lead author Eric A. Wing, who conducted the research as a postdoctoral fellow at Baycrest, noted that the brain's malleability is at the heart of the findings. Quote, our brains are very malleable, he explained. Okay. Um, do they really need those two separate sentences to say the same thing back to back? Um, The sustained, multifaceted, they even used the same word. Okay. The sustained, multifaceted demands of birding, spotting, subtle field marks, holding multiple identification
Thank
criteria.
you.
Okay, there's another comma missing. Holding multiple identification criteria in working memory and adapting ever-changing environments create a perfect storm of neuroplasticity that goes beyond simpler skill-building activities like learning a new language. This isn't just about bird identification. The study highlights why bird watching may be particularly powerful for long-term brain health. Those didn't need to be two separate sentences either. Unlike repetitive or automatic tasks, expert birding never allows full autopilot. Environments shift, cues vary, and split-second decisions are often required amid uncertainty conditions that keep the brain constantly engaged. Independent expert Professor Martin Slewinski, director of the Center for Healthy Aging at Penn State University, who was not involved in the study, echoed this view. What's interesting about this work is that bird watching places sustained demands on your perception, attention, and memory, so you can never fully run on autopilot. If cognitively stimulating activities are going to have cognitive benefits, they likely need to stay challenging. Watch which bird watching does. Even expert birders can't rely on automatic responses because environments and cues constantly change, often under uncertainty and time pressure. Most encouragingly, protective effects appeared to hold across the adult lifespan. Older expert birders still outperform novices of similar age on recognition tasks, and their brain structure showed less of the typical age-related degradation in these critical regions. The findings suggest that long-term expertise in complex real-world activities like birding may build, quote, cognitive reserve, a buffer that helps the brain maintain function despite the natural wear of aging. While the study doesn't prove birdwatching prevents dementia, it adds compelling evidence that mentally demanding hobbies involving perception, attention, and memory can reorganize the brain in beneficial ways. For anyone looking to stay sharp, picking up binoculars might be one of the most enjoyable and effective forms of brain training available. Now, there we go.
Mm.
Uh, Not that I'm gonna start bird watching, but that is very interesting.
Yeah.
Uh,
Uh,
Do they mean by
Oh,
bird watching just by like going out and doing it, or can I look out the window? Because we got some birds around here that make a bunch of different noises. I think it might
yeah,
be mating season as well because birds are singing around here.
it
All type
is.
of different noises, all types of different days. It is mating season.
It is. It's the season of love.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Birds.
because I told my mom that's probably why they're singing. There's like there's one bird I seen and he was making like five different noises and he would change to the different ones, then back and then do those same ones and then
The
reset.
mockingbird.
And I told my mom he's probably talking to a girl or something, changing his voice or singing to her. Um,
Mockingbirds don't have a specific call of their own, a specific bird song. What they do is they learn and imitate the songs of other songbirds in the area, and that is what they use to attract a mate. What is found is that the female mockingbirds find most attractive the males who have learned the largest repertoire of various songbirds. So him singing those five different songs back to back, he's calling out like, I'm up for love and I know these five songs. So if all of the other birds in the area only know four, that guy is hot stuff. So yeah, yeah, that's pretty cool. Um,
yeah.
we've got
Uh,
cardinals here right now. Um, we put up a bird feeder in front of one of the windows in front and put a little box so that cats can sit and stare at it and have one out in the backyard. And cardinals have just started discovering them. Um, Squirrels have started discovering them too. So my mom has taken to greasing the poles, which is pretty interesting. It can be
mm.
kind of entertaining. I was watching Squirrel this morning, actually, right in front of Poofy, and you climb up the the pole and start reaching over and trying to reach it for the bird feeder, but slowly sliding down in the process. And I climb back up and reach, and you slid all the way down that time. And Poofy just sitting staring, watching. I can't imagine what would have gone through that squirrel's mind if he looked up and saw Poofy.
That's a brilliant idea.
Yeah.
Greasing. My neighbor, the squirrels here, they go up on her fence and they jump onto her bird feeder. She has like a
Oh,
protective thing
mm,
on the feeder so they can't climb up the pole. So they jump on the fence
mm.
from the fence.
Squirrels are
Yeah,
smart.
Yeah,
yeah.
My grandpa used to get really mad at them because he had a pecan tree.
He had a
yeah, they
what?
They were
eat all
always
the bird food.
stealing. He had bird feeders, but he also had a pecan tree, and they really liked to steal his pecans, and he got really pissed about it.
Oh,
Yeah, those are much
man,
better
yeah,
than bird food.
I love pecans. Man, I would get pissed too. Yeah.
It was
We had,
pretty bad because once he started getting the Alzheimer's, he went out the back door to shoot squirrels with a 22 rifle one
nice.
day.
Yeah,
That's
hell
nothing
yeah.
wrong with that. They're stealing the bird food.
That sounds
It
like a
was
good
right in the middle
time
of
to me.
town.
Yeah,
Right. I'm like,
oh,
that isn't for
well, hey,
you.
I got that does change a little bit, but
Yeah,
it still sounds like a good time as long as nobody's on the far side of the squirrel.
yeah.
Yeah, it's fun.
Depending on the
Yeah,
aim.
right, yeah. And the blood alcohol content. Um, yeah, that's
That
when
might
I
have been
was
involved too.
really little, we had avocado trees in our backyard. We had one of each, like the green and the Hass. And squirrels love avocados. Oh my
I
gosh.
bet.
But what they do, they climb up and they grab it and they take like four or five bites and then they just drop it. It's horrible. It's a
Wasteful.
waste. It's a waste. Yeah, you can't use those avocados once the squirrels have bitten out of them. And we had dogs too. One of them, a Jack Russell Terrier. You know what Jack Russell Terrier? Yeah. Oh my God, those dogs are hilarious,
Oh,
but so much energy. But she would stand underneath those avocado trees, just at attention, straight up, head watching the squirrels, perfectly still, waiting for them to move, tail straight up to head, tail, both pointing at the avocados and just wait and wait and wait. Oh my gosh, that
Did
dog.
she eat the avocados after the squirrels dropped them?
She would try to. She wasn't supposed to, but she would try to. Yeah, everybody wanted the avocados. And my sister and I wanted the avocados too, because we didn't have lemonade stand in front of our house. We had an avocado stand. And I mean, it wasn't out like rural out in the sticks. It was like a kind of a normal suburban neighborhood, so some people going for a walk with their dogs. It's like avocados for pennies on the dollar compared to the local grocery store. I mean, we drummed up some business. Like honestly,
I'll bet. Yours
people
were probably better than the grocery store ones
Oh my
too.
gosh. When they ripen up on the tree, that's just, yeah, I don't like guacamole anywhere now. Nowhere does it right, except, the people who have an avocado tree in their backyard. And there's not many people who do,
No,
uh, especially, I forget which one. I think one of them even only fruited every other year, too. I might be mistaken.
I've never been a big avocado eater myself, but I know my mom loved them.
Yeah. Yeah, avocado trees naturally experience alternate bearing, producing a massive crop one year, followed by a small crop or none the next, because they have the heavy fruit production drains the tree's resources, leaving little energy for blooming the following year. So, yeah,
Mm.
we had to when
If
there
you could
was
get one blooming every year, then you could just still have your stand every summer.
well, yeah, but we wouldn't have the variety of the two, you know,
That's true.
Yeah.
because they are different. Not that I could describe the difference verbally here and now, but they are do taste a bit different. So, um, yeah, I miss that. I don't. Someday it would be nice to live somewhere with an avocado tree in the backyard so I could finally eat guacamole again.
Um,
We'll see.
any
Life goals.
anybody out there watching? Thumbs up. Just to support us, press that good old thumbs up button. Um, say hi to Jeff. Uh, and yeah, if you love us,
everybody.
press that little bell. It'll let you know when we go live 3 days a week. Uh, check us out every day. If you want to, you can go press the little thumbs up on all the videos just for no reason. But anyhow,
Just for no reason. Well, it would be because we asked them to now, right?
Yeah.
Please,
yeah, if you want to really support us,
yeah,
uh,
help the channel, help us grow.
right.
All
Um,
that stuff that, right, that we're supposed to say
leave some
is
comments.
responsible YouTubers.
I'm gonna say
Yeah,
watch it, but you don't even have to
please.
watch it. You can just turn it on and walk away.
No, I mean, it would be better if you watch it,
I
because
mean, we still get the
we
view
got some
time.
some cool stuff.
Anyhow, yeah, I agree with you. Somebody else said we got some cool stuff. Um, Jeff, I'm gonna ask
If
you.
anybody's list, 1 second, if anybody's listening from my generation, they can just tune in, turn off, and drop out. That was the
Yeah,
big.
I remember hearing that.
Yeah. Um, the name now. I'm blanking on the name. Wasn't that Leary?
It was Leary. He
Oh,
did it at the.
yeah.
I don't remember where it was, but it was Leary. Uh, it may have been at the during the Summer of Love. Um, in
We
Golden
could
Gate
check.
Park.
Let's see what Google says.
I remember it was definitely Leary.
um, I got some articles
Mhm.
here that we can throw in next.
Says
After March 10th.
popularized between 66 and 67 at the
Yep.
Human Bee Inn.
Yeah, the Being was the predecessor to the Summer of Love. There was only like 50,000 there. Actually,
Only
wait a second.
50,000. I mean, that's a
Wait
pretty
a
I
low
was
second.
just
average.
gonna say that.
The
Only?
Summer of Love
Nice.
was the Being. Now that I think
I
about it,
wish I wish we only had 50,000 viewers.
yeah.
That
Well,
would only be nice.
compared to what came next with Altamont and Woodstock,
Yeah.
it was a small gathering.
Yeah. I watched some videos of Woodstock. It looks like it was a lot of fun. And then I
It
watched the
was,
videos of the Woodstock, was it 99 or Woodstock 2000?
yeah,
One of those.
That
yeah.
looks
Oh
like a,
man.
that's not the
It was
same.
It
violence.
wasn't.
No.
No,
It wasn't the same.
Um,
no, no. Even Woodstock 94, which is kind of like almost
yeah, they
lost
showed
in
a
history. 99 was
documentary
such a
about the
train wreck
99.
that 94 just kind
Uh,
of got lost in the mix. There was the original and then the mess and then
you can never
uh
recapture the original of
no,
anything.
yeah.
Right.
That's the thing. Yeah, why even just trying to is bound to fail when it's
Hmm.
something that singularly special, such a confluence of unique conditions that all came together exactly right. You can't like go and plan that out again, no matter how hard
No.
you try. So, yeah.
The
Um,
funny thing is, uh, I mean, it's not funny to a lot of people, but the promoters originally expected it to be in Woodstock until they
oh,
went up to Woodstock and they found that there was no place large enough to have it there.
mm,
So they had to move it, and it was 50, 60 miles away.
Mm.
something, wasn't it like an old military base or something? All kinds of
It was
pavement
a
every
farm.
a
It was a
farm?
farm. Yeah.
Oh, wait, is that the original Woodstock?
Yeah. The
Yeah,
original.
okay. Yeah, I thought you were talking about the 99 one.
No,
Yeah,
those are
okay.
nonsense.
Yeah, yeah, let's just not talk about that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They don't count.
Um, yeah, okay. Yeah, so what was his name? Lang, right? The guy, the
Yeah.
promoter
Yeah.
organization. Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't he was like without even really checking with
Yeah. He
Woodstock.
never checked. He never checked. He just called it Woodstock Aquarian and Arts Festival. They drove up to Woodstock to try to pick out a spot, and there are no spots.
Oops. Well,
and he wasn't expecting, 500,000 people, but he
Mm,
expected a larger crowd than Altamont, which was 50. So they were thinking maybe 100. And I had a ticket actually, and I was on my way when the New York State Thruway was closed, and I couldn't get
mm.
there.
Oh man.
Right, that sucks. You could have told us a nice
Yeah,
story if you could have made it.
yeah.
Um, um, I got two
Well,
options. I'll say this. Oh, go ahead.
the nice story was when I got back and dropped my girlfriend off, and her father was there, and I said to her, "You stupid fucking son of a bitch,"
Mm,
because he wouldn't let us go for 2 nights. He wouldn't let her go for 2 nights,
mm.
only one night.
Young Jeff, let it get to you. You should
Yeah,
have
it
came
really
back and
got to
egged
me.
her out.
That's a good
Um,
idea. Maybe I'll do it now.
no, don't do it. I don't want you to go to jail. Um, I got something here though. Jeff, what do you suggest? Immune system or chairs? Two different conversation.
What kind of chairs?
You'll see when you decide.
Let's go immune system.
Okay, it's just as interesting. It says how seeing someone sick can boost your immune system. Study says. Should walk around the hospital. Anyhow, according to new study, healthy individuals experience a measurable change in immune system cell activity after viewing virtual reality avatars exhibiting signs of being infected without an actual pathogen present. This gap in knowledge between two established bodies of research provided the impetus for research. Specifically, researchers have known for some time that parapersonal space, the area of space immediately around one's body, is encoded in the brain, and that the brain's parapersonal space system responds to both social and physical threats simultaneously. Researchers have documented what some have called a, in quote, behavioral immune system, a collection of perceptual and avoidant reactions we exhibit toward individuals who appear ill. What what had yet to be tested was whether these reactions to happen and our brain could migrate into the realm of actual immune activity, causing changes in immune cells as well as causing individuals to physically move away from persons exhibiting signs of infection. Previous research has established that multisensory motor, brain regions, and salience networks respond to threatening stimuli, and that the hypo hypothalamic, uh, yeah,
Hypothalamic.
thalamic. Okay, thanks. Uh, what he said. Um, pit, pit, I don't know that word either. Anyway, the hyper the axis connects to the brain's response to immune systems regulation. The study sought to determine whether the visual perception of infectious cues would activate this pathway. The research team, led by Professor Andrea Serino of the University Hospital of Louis- Louisiana, of Professor Camilla Jandis of the University of Geneva, recruited 248 healthy adult volunteers. Participants wore VR headsets through which avatars' faces approach them stereoscope, scopically, stereoscopically entered their parapersonal space and presentations. Researchers measured behavioral responses using tactile stimulation, task touching participants' faces, and measuring reaction times as signals. A further group underwent functional MRI to assess brain network activation. Blood samples were taken from participants before and after the VR exposure and analyzed using flow uh, cytometry and mass spectrometry to assess immune cell populations. The immune cell the immune cell results were also compared with blood samples from individuals who had received a flu vaccine, which served as a reference point for real immune activation. The behavioral results showed that participants who viewed infectious avatars reacted faster to tactile stimulation at a greater distance compared to those who viewed fearful or neutral avatars, indicating an expanded parapersonal space response specific to infectious cues. EEG data showed anticipatory neural activity in multisensory motor areas before avatar contact, along with activation of salience network, particularly the interior insula and medial prefrontal cortex. The fMRI showed data increased connectivity between the salience network and the hypothalamus, specifically during infectious avatar conditions, a pattern not observed for fearful or neutral avatars. The blood analysis found changes in the frequency and activation states of innate lymphoid oh lymph yeah lymphoid cells following exposure to infectious avatars. These are early response immune cells that do not require antigen recognition uh, to act. The pattern of ILC changes observed by VR exposure was reported by the researchers as similar to the pattern seen in participants who received the flu vaccine. Hmm. Several limitations applied. The study used a healthy adult sample and is not established whether the findings generalized to other populations, including immunocompromised individuals or children. The IOC changes observed were described as early and short lived. It remains untested whether the transient immune mobilization confers any actual protective benefit against infection. The researchers noted that from the time the pathogen enters the body, it typically takes 1 to 2 days for infection to establish, meaning the relevance of this brief and anticipatory response to real world disease outcomes is not yet known. Um, the study also cannot confirm directionality of the HPA axis involved through correlation brain imaging alone. The VR stimuli, while designed to resemble realistic sick faces, are not identical to encountering a real sick person. And behavioral transfer to real world setting is unverified. Yeah, so I'm assuming if you're in the waiting room with a bunch of other sick people, you might start to feel better.
Is that
I
where
should have
white
made
coat
the other
syndrome comes
choice.
from?
Huh?
Go ahead, Jeff.
I should have made the other choice. Why don't we talk
Yeah.
about chairs?
Um, yeah. How do you guys feel about that one though? Seeing someone
because
sick.
because I have an immune system problem, and I was hoping it would be short and
No, I
understandable.
wasn't sure.
Maybe
Yeah,
Mark can sum it up in 5 words or less.
No.
at this time.
Oh,
Um,
no.
How
I
about chairs?
cannot.
Um, I got something here that was just interesting. So I got it. It says a green design in hospitals is proven to improve patients' outcomes. And they have a picture of a green waiting room with green chairs and green paint and plants. But onto the article. It says green design in hospitals is now scientifically proven to improve patient outcomes. According to a new study from Texas A&M University, researchers found that simple natural design elements like plants, natural views, and green colored decor significantly helped reduce stress, also enhance mental clarity in patients recovering from trauma. For the study, 188 participants over 18 years were involved. They were exposed to a VR video stimulating a traumatic roller coaster accident followed by hospitalization to induce acute stress. Afterward, participants acted as recovering inpatients, evaluated 12 different hospital room designs via high resolution Vario X3 headset. These designs varied in their window views, the presence of plants and interior color schemes. Um, Participants rated each room based on how well it helped them feel physically relaxed and able to clear their mind. Key findings from the research includes indoor plants had the highest utility among room attributes for promoting both physical relaxation and mental clarity. Visible green nature in the view also positively contributed to outcomes. Green decor, such as wall paint and and artwork, was found to contribute positively by both relaxation and mental clarity. The depth of the view was significant, with rooms offering a broader view of the sky and or horizon rated as more restorative than those with limited outlooks. Views not obstructed by visible parts of the hospital building exterior were associated with notable higher restorative scores. Verdant, verdant elements, and quote, verdant elements, had the strongest overall impact on stress recovery. However, for mental clarity specifically, views not blocked by the hospital envelope for having deeper view with visible sky were even more important. Participants who reported higher level of stress after simulated trauma benefited even more from these natural elements, experiencing amplified effect of plants on both relaxation and mental clarity. The study builds upon stress recovery theory and psychoevolutionary theory, which suggests that natural environments can reduce stress and promote psychological recovery. It is among the first to compare the relevant influence of various natural elements, then combined and controlled, connects people with nature into a healthcare environment could be a low cost, high impact strategy for improving patient outcomes. They emphasize that even small changes, such as adding potted plants or even green tones in decor, can make meaningful difference. While the study while the study utilized simulated patients in virtual environments, the findings offer a valuable framework for real world hospital design with recommendations for further studies involving actual patients. All right. Have you guys ever noticed your waiting room to be green? Or when's the last time you've been to the waiting room? Because I woke up at one not too long ago and it was white. Uh,
Which sort
I've
of waiting room? Like an ER waiting room at a hospital
that,
or like
that's
your
what it looks
regular
like.
doctor waiting room?
It looks like the waiting room at the emergency room.
I haven't waited in ER. I've always been like the high priority rush in.
Stop
Rush in
bragging
through the
now.
ambulance.
Yeah, I go
Yeah.
to the ER for real emergencies. They
Yeah, that's
ride me in with fanfare
Yeah.
and yeah, and accompaniment.
You got to come with entourage.
um
Yes, entourage. There we go.
Right.
Thank you. Yes,
Mark gets
perfect.
treated like a celebrity.
Perfect. Yeah, yeah.
hey, I got
Uh,
treated like a celebrity too. I woke up and they had already gave me a rescue med, and it put me right back asleep. When I woke up, I was like, "Where am I?" Oh, all right. Because I felt when we were out of the ambulance, I felt that one drop hit the ground. Looked around like, "Oh, I'm being wheeled." Woke up again like an hour later in the hospital, and I was like, "Oh yeah, okay, I had a seizure. I get it." Then the lady, she came through, asked for my information and all that. When it's on my wrist,
what? Well,
yeah, they
that's
I could have
fine.
gotten away without them even knowing who I was. Just been like, let me go. You think they would have let me leave?
Mm, I mean,
Probably not.
maybe. They're
I
not
mean, they can't
always
hold
like
me.
watching and
Yeah.
taking notes and everything. I mean, one of my ambulance rides, I had um, an allergic reaction attempting to recreationally abuse a cough syrup. Yes.
That doesn't
Uh,
sound fun.
no, it was not a good idea to begin with. It was not fun to go through. But yeah, they t took me, brought me into the ambulance as I was, and happened to be barefoot, right? And um, they had me, kept me overnight, watched me, make sure I didn't flare up or whatever. I don't know. But at the time I was leaving, at the desk or whatever, this one nurse like flipped out because I was barefoot. She's like, you can't be barefoot here. I'm like, Laney, what do you
You
want me to do about it? I'm like, I don't know. I was still dazed. I was just like, I don't have shoes or whatever. She's like, okay, we'll stay there. I'm gonna go get socks or something. I don't know. But I was literally filling out the form and signing out, and this one nurse was concerned about me uh, having been barefoot there for like the last 2 minutes. Um, and I walked out, and she never gave me socks. So, yeah, I mean, don't assume that everybody in the hospital knows what everybody else is doing and what everybody's supposed to be doing, or who even everybody is. So, yeah, you probably can
So,
walk out if, depending on the circumstances, there's people who can manage that. But doesn't mean that healthcare is free. It just means they don't pay for it. Everybody else has to cover those costs at some point because those
yeah.
those medical
Mhm.
professionals had to be paid, doctors and nurses and everything, and they took up space in a hospital.
And
Um,
they don't know who your health insurance is, so they just charge. Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
the hospital, like the ERs, are supposed to treat, period. First, you show to an ER, you're supposed to get care. Um, then afterwards, it's okay. How do you pay for this, right? So, um, yeah, that's at least that's what's supposed to happen. So, yeah, treat you first and then inform you that you're shackled with bills for however long,
Yeah.
right? But at least you're alive, I suppose. Uh, but
As long as they put you in a room that's green.
right, yeah, if it's a the green room, is that why they call it that in the Hollywood business? The nice decorated rooms make the
Mhm.
person feel good. Green room.
I can't imagine how much they spent on that study. And all they had to do was ask two hospital patients.
I mean, yeah, or just any interior decorator.
Uh, yeah. But you have to pay for that. If you just ask a hospital patient when they're leaving, what would you like your room to look like?
What
I
would
don't
it
Favorite
know that
would
I
it?
color?
would say green.
Yeah.
No, I would no, but you'd
Well,
have
I'd say purple
plants,
that's
or
you
what
know,
red.
plants
they
and
the science says green, so you can't
yeah.
question it.
I'm
It's
not
That's why they
questioning
science,
tell us
feelings.
to go into nature all the time.
Yeah.
scientifically proven. You can't question this, Andrea.
I will question it. But that's probably why they
Good.
tell you to
Question
spend time
everything.
outside in nature.
I mean, yeah, it's almost like we kind of were developed to be in this sort of environment, this
Mhm.
natural environment that we've closed ourselves off from. I don't know. It's all maybe it's just a coincidence, right? I don't think so.
Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
remember you saying something about how you liked the articles that were about autism. So, um,
do I?
I don't know. I thought that's
I
what you
don't.
said.
I don't know. I mean, I as a person with autism, I do find it a compelling topic, a personal compelling topic, both myself and um, family in general. Okay, this is the same dude's blog, the same dude who missed all those commas before. Okay, let's see how he does this time.
Hope you like it.
Yep. Hold on. Listen, let me get ready. I just want to.
I need water.
Throat's
Mouth
getting
dry.
dry. Really is.
Thanks for talking a lot.
Uh, um,
Yeah.
you're letting me talk a lot. That's all that's happening. Um, so yeah. Lab-grown mini brains are finally revealing what causes autism. Uh, what if you could diagnose autism not after a child struggles to speak or connect, but by already missed a comma, but by watching the disorder emerge neuron by neuron inside a living human brain growing in a dish? Question mark. At Stanford University, that future is already here. Clusters of brain cells reprogrammed from a simple blood sample using induced pluripotent stem cell technology are self-assembling into neural circuits that fire real electrical signals. For the first time, scientists are not inferring autism from genetic clues or animal proxies. They are witnessing its earliest biological origins unfold in real time. Are they sure about that though? Um, and what is it? What animal proxies are they? Do they mean to say that they have autistic lab rats, like literal rats that they
It
study? How what?
sounds like it sounds very weird, and what caught me was human brains growing in a lab. Just
Yeah, right. Yeah. So the pluripotent stem cell technology, they've basically taken Um, yeah, brain cells. Um, yeah, stem cells, turn them into brain cells using DNA from a blood sample, basically. Had to look at those, parse out that sentence into self-assembling neural circuits that fire real electrical signals. Ooh, what else would brain neurons do if they're living and functioning? This guy knows how to play up the technicalities of stuff more than he knows how to appropriately apply an Oxford comma. For the first time, scientists are not inferring autism from genetic. Oh, I already read that sentence. These lab-grown neural organoids, miniature 3D models of developing human brain tissue, have shattered a decades-old barrier. That's a run-on sentence. Those two commas he missed there. These lab-grown neural organoids, comma, miniature 3D models of developing human brain tissue, comma, have shattered a decades-old barrier. Dude, come on, be better. The critical windows of the critical windows of brain formation that once hid inside the womb are now visible under the microscope. That's kind of interesting. That Good job on that sentence. And what they're revealing is rewriting neuroscience. Autism doesn't just happen. It begins with precise, observable mistakes in cellular writing. The implications are staggering, and the first targeted therapies are already being born inside these same dishes. For decades, autism research operated at a distance. Scientists inferred causes from genetic data, studied adult brain scans, or relied on animal models that could only approximate human neurodevelopment. The central mystery of what actually happens inside the developing brain remained unresolved, largely because the most critical stages unfold before birth. In a brain that cannot be directly observed. Oh, largely because the most critical stages unfold before birth in a brain that cannot be directly observed. Yeah, that limitation has now been overcome by reprogramming adult cells back into a pluripotent state, a breakthrough first demonstrated by Yamanaka. Shinya Yamanaka. I hope I have pronounced that correctly. In 2006, researchers can effectively rewind cellular development and guide those cells into becoming neurons. In doing so, they have opened a window into the earliest phases of human brain information, human brain formation. From this technology, scientists generate what are known as neural organoids, three-dimensional clusters of brain cells that organize into structures resembling specific regions of the developing brain. These organoids are not miniature brains in any meaningful sense. They lack blood vessels, immune systems, sensory input, and any form of consciousness. Yet they possess any form of consciousness. How do they A, define that, B, know that? I mean, there's so many questions that just saying they lack any form of consciousness is a great just assumption to not have to deal with any of those questions, right? Just,
Yeah, I
we
agree.
don't know what consciousness is, but this doesn't have it. I don't know. Yet they possess a remarkable capability. They form functional synaptic connections and develop neural circuits that closely mirror those seen in early human fetal development. For the first time, autism is no longer being inferred indirectly, it is being observed as it unfolds. How do they know? The first functional rescue inside lab grown brain tissue. This approach has proven especially powerful in studying rare but severe genetic forms of autism, such as Timothy syndrome, caused by a mutation in the CACNA1C gene. The condition disrupts calcium channels that regulate neuronal signaling. Although the mutation itself had been identified years ago, its precise effects on brain development remained unclear. Organoid models have now provided a direct answer. A single mutation in the CACNA1C gene disrupts calcium channels that control neuronal firing inside iPSC neural organoids. Or inside inside iPSC neural organoids, researchers watched the precise downstream failure in real time. Interneuron migration stalls, specialized regulatory cells, never reach their proper destinations in the developing cortex. Once they arrive, they form faulty synaptic connections instead of balanced circuits. The result, a cascade of electrical misfiring that underlies seizures, cognitive challenges, and core behavioral features of Timothy syndrome. So there's a particular form of autism that actually includes seizures. That is something I have not been familiar with before. I've never heard of Timothy syndrome to begin with, so that's interesting. Thank you for. Um, I'm not done with the article. I just wanted to open up a thing to look it up so I won't forget afterwards. But okay, so. The therapy effectively redirects the cell's machinery to produce a functional version of a calcium channel, bypassing the mutation without altering DNA. Cellular communication patterns normalize within hours. Now that I think about it, that makes a lot of sense. If it stalls, okay, the disruption in the mutation in the gene, the mutation in the gene disrupts calcium channels. And we know that a lot of anti-epilepsy drugs, which they themselves admit we don't know exactly how or why this works, but we know what it does, and we know that it works. A lot of them are calcium channel blockers. So if a gene strongly associated with a particular and severe form of autism has been identified that disrupts calcium channels that control neural firing. I mean, it makes perfect sense that that manifestation of autism would be associated with seizures too, doesn't it? Doesn't it make sense to you
Yeah,
guys?
it
Yes.
does.
That's fascinating. This single intervention was conceived, tested, and validated entirely inside human-derived brain tissue before any clinical trial. When tested in organoids, the effect is striking. Cellular communication patterns begin to normalize within hours, suggesting that the fundamental dysfunction can be corrected at its source. It is one of the first instances in neuroscience where a treatment has been conceived, tested, and validated entirely in human-derived brain tissue before reaching clinical trials. CRISPR organoid models decode autism's shared pathways and open the door to personalized neurodevelopmental disorder treatments. Okay. The implications extend far beyond a single rare disorder. Autism is not a singular condition. Yay. Good. Thank you. Finally, it took them this long, but they finally got around to mentioning that. But a spectrum encompassing hundreds of genetic variants. Yes, and even when they say spectrum, it's not like 0 to 100. It's a collection of genetic variants, a collection of symptoms, manifestations, and each of those can manifest on, varying scales to varying degrees. But to address this complexity, researchers are now using CRISPR gene editing to engineer organoids that each carry specific autism associated mutations. By observing how these diverse genetic changes influence brain development, scientists are beginning to identify common patterns. What the data reveals so far? Many mutations converge on the same core biological pathways. That's interesting. The most frequent targets, neuronal development and chromatin remodeling. Chromatin, chrome, chrome, um, chromatin. Okay, chromatin remodeling. The cellular process that controls which genes can be read. Rather than acting in isolation, autism risk genes operate as coordinated networks. Disruptions anywhere in these networks produce the wide behavioral range seen across the spectrum. By comparing hundreds of CRISPR organoid models side by side, scientists are finally identifying the shared vulnerabilities that could unlock personalized neurodevelopmental disorder treatments. Interesting. At the same time, the organoid platform offers a way to explore the role of environmental factors in unprecedented detail. Autism is widely understood to arise from an interplay between genetic predisposition and environmental influences during critical windows of development. Factors such as maternal immune activation, air pollution, chemical exposure, and birth complications have all been implicated, but their precise effects on the developing brain have remained difficult to study. With organoids, researchers can now expose human neural tissue to controlled conditions and directly observe how these factors alter circuit formation. This capability introduces a new level of experimental precision to a field that has long struggled with complexity. The rise of neural organoids also signals a broader shift in how neurodevelopmental disorders are studied. Traditional animal models, particularly mice, have provided valuable insights but are limited by fundamental biological differences. Yeah, what's an autistic mouse look like? And how would they behave differently from the other mice? I don't think
How would
that,
they determine which mice are autistic?
yeah,
That's what I
exactly.
was gonna say. How do
They
you know? Because
Is
I
it
kind
the
of
one
avoid
mouse
mouse. I
that
mean,
that
mice.
like rolls up in a corner all by itself instead of cuddling up with the others and at night or something maybe? Maybe the one mouse who I don't know, develops writing, right? Or
Wait, you said the mouse can write? Is what you're saying?
yeah, if a mouse just starts writing, that might be, you know, pretty autistic.
Uh,
Starts getting obsessed with anime, watching researchers anime over in the corner instead of doing mouse stuff, you know, especially if it has a favorite anime, you know, that would be If the mouse gets angry when the researcher turns off one piece, yeah. Um, okay, where was I now? How far is it? Okay, we're not that far. Um, mhm. Is the research exists within a complex ethical landscape. Many advocates within the neurodiversity movement argue that autism should not be framed solely as a disorder to be treated or eliminated, but as a form of human variation. Um, Scientists working in this field are increasingly explicit about the scope of their efforts. The therapies under development are aimed at the most severe forms of autism, cases involving profound cognitive impairment, absence of speech, and life-threatening medical condition complications. The objective is not to erase neurodiversity, but to address conditions that significantly reduce the quality of life and life expectancy. What emerges is what emerges from this work is a new paradigm for neuroscience. Instead of studying the brain as a finished structure, researchers can now observe it as a dynamic system in formation. They can identify the precise moments when development diverges from typical pathways, trace those divergences back to specific molecular mechanisms, and test interventions in a controlled human relevant context. The timeline from discovery to therapy, once measured in decades, may begin to compress. The broader implications are difficult to overstate. If organoid technology can successfully guide treatment development for autism, it may do the same for a wide range of psychiatric and neurological conditions, from epilepsy to schizophrenia. Yeah, epilepsy. Hey, it also raises the possibility of personalized medicine, in which organoids derived from an individual patient could be used to predict treatment responses before therapies are administered. That would be pretty interesting, especially the epilepsy. Um, if they can predict treatment responses to medications before administered, how freaking awesome would that be, you guys?
That would be cool.
That's like the holy grail of epilepsy treatment, right? Here, give us a moment, we'll do this, draw blood, and in a week we'll have a whole thing broken out and we'll know exactly which medications your
I,
brain will best respond to.
I asked that question once upon a time, like if you just got epilepsy out of nowhere, did you just have epilepsy already and it finally just stood out? Or when does having epilepsy, does it you have epilepsy because you had a seizure or you have epilepsy because something not, basically? And basically a lot of people they're like, I have epilepsy because I had two seizures. Doctor said two seizures, I have epilepsy. When does epilepsy officially
That's
start?
what I was told that the when I when I was I don't know, that first seizure that I had that my mom had seen, I already knew I was having seizures. Like I knew that they were grand mal seizures too, but I just wasn't telling anybody except the people who were there when they happened. But they weren't telling anybody either. They weren't calling the ambulance when I was going on and in the grand mal for 15 minutes. They didn't. They
Hey,
just let
Mark,
me, huh?
I used to say, if nobody's seen it, it didn't happen.
Right. Yeah. I had a lot of wait, no, I didn't. Yeah, I was going to say I had a lot of tonic clonics before that, but wait, no, no, I didn't. Nobody saw them. But yeah, I didn't want my mom to know. I didn't want her to worry. I didn't want her to be concerned. So I was just kind of hoping that they wouldn't happen anymore when I moved into like this was supposed to be just temporary while I was looking for my own place, and then seizure. Boom. And then another seizure. Boom. Like less than 3 weeks later. It's like,
How old
okay,
were you when
this is
you, how long ago did you start having seizures, Mark?
start having seizures or got the epilepsy diagnosis because they're
Whichever one you want to say.
I know that I had been having focals misdiagnosed as panic attacks since at least 2012. Um, I know that I had been having tonic-clonics based on retrospective um, post-ictal headaches that just appeared out of nowhere for the first time back in like 2019, 2020. And the lockdown was the first time that I really, you know, like woke up on the floor and head pounding and yeah, needed to felt dehydrated, needed to drink something, but unbelievably nauseous and could not, it's just like sip at a time, sip of water
Oh, the
and just
nausea
little
is awful.
little sips of, yeah, because I knew I needed to rehydrate. I knew that
Mm.
that was a problem. And yeah, but just little sips from the vape pen to hope that I might be able to reduce the nausea. And, but no, that didn't do it. And yeah, little sips of water. So that was, yeah. So 2012, at least for the focals, and 2018, 2019 is when they first escalated to tonic-clonics. So it's been a while. It's been longer than I had been giving myself credit for, I think. And I still don't really like that. I still don't want to admit it. I still feel like I'm just starting my epilepsy journey. But
Yeah,
I
I
feel
think
that
once
way
upon a
too.
time you told me you were diagnosed 5 years ago or something like that. So I was like, okay, yeah, Mark only been having seizures for 5 years, but
yeah,
I
yeah.
think you
Well,
just
it
told me your
was
diagnosis date.
yeah, my
I didn't know all
diagnosis
this
date was
backstory.
back in December 2023. It's like so
Okay.
2024. Wait, was it 2024 or 2025 was the year of the seizures? Oh, I don't know. I don't know now.
I thought you had been having seizures much longer than me, and I got my first seizure was August of 2020, and my diagnosis, I think, was the following May
Were
before I
your
You
was
said
focal,
that,
officially diagnosed.
your focals though started before that, didn't they?
No,
No?
I had a nocturnal tonic-clonic at 5 a.m. on August 19th of 2020.
Wow. That is
did
And
you go to the
then
emergency
that
room?
my,
is some impressive specificity.
yeah, I remember it. And then
Always remember your first.
I had
Well,
I was having focals for a long time before they actually said, yeah, that sounds like a focal because they kept saying that it was a panic attack.
yeah.
So I didn't
Okay, yeah, that
that
was it. Yeah, my focals were panic attacks as far as the
yeah.
doctors were concerned. So they gave me Klonopin and I was I don't know if I was misdiagnosed with fibromyalgia or I was just also diagnosed with fibromyalgia in the process of being dismissed for epilepsy based on a single MRI. They didn't even do an EEG. They just MRI your brain. It looks normal. Don't see any. I asked him for a picture of if I could get a copy of the MRI that time. The doctor was like, okay. And he just gave me the text report. I was like, I wanted the picture, man.
Right.
When they did the MRI on my brain when I was 15, they printed out picture. I wanted the side by side, show the little dumb adolescent me, and then get the smart, graduated
The
me,
grown-up version.
show the grown up. Yeah, see how much all of my college experimentation had messed with whatever, right? Drugs fry your brain is what Dare said, so I should have an interesting looking brain. But they won't show me. Not fair.
It's not. We should have access to all of it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they must still have it
I
there, right? Aren't they required to keep all those records?
I
Maybe not
think
the
they
video
are.
think
from
for
the
my leg.
VEEG, because that was like, they told me if I wanted to come and if I wanted the data from the VEEG to like uh see the nocturnal seizures that they had captured, like the actual definite when it started and all of that stuff. Because they described I had like turned and my eyes were open and I started like smacking my lips. And then my head turned in the other direction, and that's when I tensed up or something. But I wanted to see what the lip smacking looks like because focals don't always progress into the tonic-clonics, but if those lip smacks start happening out in the wild, I don't know. I mean, I do a lot of weird things just the autistic stimming, just to keep, you know, braining
What's
correctly.
another
So,
thing I find interesting is like I've never been to the hospital for in the ER, ambulance, nothing for a seizure. I hear
no,
you
The
guys tell these
ambulance
stories. Well, they called
ambulance ever
nine
come check on you?
the first one, that's it. And the paramedics were like, "Okay, you're good now. Follow up with your primary." And they left.
Social
And I
Security
had
told me to
fallen
go to
in.
the hospital every time.
Well, and that the
So I
crazy thing
have
about it is I
records.
probably should have gone after that one because I fell in the bathroom
mm.
after the seizure.
Mm.
So I
Did you hit
probably should have at
anything on
least
your
gotten,
way down?
yeah, I tried to take out the shower doors and hit the toilet, and
Ooh,
I don't remember any of it. But
Oh,
yeah, I tried to
yeah.
crash through the glass shower doors hard enough that I bent the track.
wow. I
Right.
mean, if you fall enough to do damage to your
Sometimes.
house,
I probably should have gone to the
they
hospital.
should probably assume that you may have done damage to yourself. You probably should have gone to the hospital. But I don't know. EMTs don't always know what's best.
Yeah, my
They
only
do
two
their
ambulance rides
best.
were for blood loss.
Yeah, EMTs do their best, but they don't always know what's best. So, um,
Yeah, I
yeah,
think that
and
they
no
just
offense to
saw me.
EMTs, that's an incredibly hard job. I would not be able to do it. So,
Yeah, I
tons of
think they just saw
respect.
me coherent again and said, "Oh, she's
Yeah.
good. There's not really
Oh,
anything we can do."
yeah. Oh, you're talking? Well, you can't be having a seizure anymore now then, right?
Right.
I remember
Follow up
some
and good
paramedics
luck.
asking my mom, "Is this how he usually acts after a seizure?" And she was like, "Yeah." And they were like, "Okay, we're gonna go."
Is he
'Cause
normally like this?
yeah,
Yeah.
and they can't
Yeah.
say they didn't say it. I got the video in my bedroom because that's where the seizure at. So after they got there and they're talking to me and asking me for my information, I'm still not all the way back. And I'm wandering from the room back to the living room and back to the living room. And I'm whining and moaning and making groaning sounds and just whining and going back and forth. Literally, it felt like a 2-year old. That's what it looked like. I was just whining, trying to get away from everybody, move a shoulder. Yeah, back from the living room to the room, and then the ambulance was like, "That's what he usually does." And yeah, after they got all my information, they're like, "Oh, we're gonna go then." I asked my mom, "Oh, you got this? All right, we're going now. Have a good day."
I know there's a couple
And
of
yeah,
seizures I should have gone to the hospital for, but I was by myself when I had them, so I didn't.
mm, yeah. Jeff, do you always, not always, how often do you go for your seizures?
Um, once, twice that I remember, and a couple of more times that I don't remember. I have no memory of it all. Um, uh, let's see. Yeah, the first known seizure that I had, I went to the hospital. Uh, and the last one I had, I went to the hospital. Um, I think there were three or four others in between that I don't remember at all. Most of mine are focals, um, although I have been diagnosed with nocturnals. Um, and I've only had this for a couple of years, so I'm still getting used to it.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, but
I'm
thanks.
used now.
I have to run, so thanks for having me. It was a lot of fun. I
I
appreciate it,
love
Great
and
to
talking
see
to
you.
you, Jeff.
Nice having
Yeah,
good
you.
to see you all.
you
And
Have a
brought
good day.
a lot of
thanks you
good
too.
topics to talk about. So
Yeah,
thank
And thanks for spending 5 hours with us.
I love it.
It's
oh,
I
been
loved it.
nice.
The only
yeah.
thing is, it's been 6 hours since my last smoke,
Oh,
Oh,
Yeah.
so that's where I'm
Let's
headed now.
take care of business.
Okay,
yeah.
all
take care.
right.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Right.
Um, Something interesting because
What do you think? This might be a good wrap up point for
okay.
the day. The 5 hour stream's pretty respectable by most other YouTubers' standards.
Yeah.
We're
Uh
starting to get the hang of things, you know? I think.
right.
I don't know. I'm gonna
5 hour
say we
day is
are.
someone
Working on
could
it.
you could put on
Yeah,
a podcast and at work and just have an ear pod in and just listen. 5 hours, it's almost a whole shift.
yeah.
Uh
I don't know.
yeah.
I like these chats. Good. Nice.
Yeah, I got some good ones for next time. The ones that I was looking like, oh, I'm gonna use this one, or I'm gonna use this one, but I got them for next time now. Be
Yeah.
ready for Saturday. Um,
Ooh, is that a
oh,
threat?
yes, it
Saturday's not
is.
going to be Mark Day. You got stuff, you got juicy things loaded,
I do.
locked,
I'll be ready.
loaded,
I'll make
chambered,
sure it isn't Mark Day.
chambered around. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Um,
you're taking the helm Saturday.
hey man, you took control. I was like, you're a guest. All right, you got somebody? Gotcha.
Jeff is the coolest. He was
Yeah.
first guest,
Love Jeff.
best guest, number one fan, Angel close second, but yeah, he's
Oh
been
yeah, Chip was a good guest too.
Chip. Hey, yeah, we got to get Chip on again too. Yeah,
Yeah, I remember Chip. That was
He would be
nice.
fun.
I
get
think we
yeah,
talked about IT and
yeah.
marijuana.
And
No
Mount
way.
Rainier,
Uh,
I love it when whenever he's out in the city and you just, oh, look over my shoulder, we've got the mountain there. I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so cool.
Love the
There's
pictures.
nothing like that in Florida. No mountains. The biggest mountains in Florida are landfills, and that's not the same.
Uh,
Sounds like Kansas.
um,
Wow. Is Kansas really
oh,
flat? No, like, yeah,
Oh, we got the Flint Hills, I think,
the Flint
and
Hills.
they're nowhere clear, nowhere close to a mountain.
I wonder what the,
we
let's
got
see.
California mountains everywhere. So yeah,
All you got in
Yosemite's near
Kansas,
us.
go ahead.
I was just gonna say Yosemite is near us. That's all. Couple exits back.
Yeah, California, you got all kinds of mountains and valleys and
Giant
Yep.
plains and
redwoods,
I'm in the
forests.
Central
And I
Valley right
mean, you
now.
guys could be your own country and still be like a big, yeah.
all we got
Okay,
here
here,
is
check
wheat
this
fields
out.
and
Florida's
cows.
Florida's maximum natural elevation. You guys want to take a guess?
Uh, 10 feet.
No, no, higher than that. Yeah.
That's my mom's elevation. 10 feet above
Really?
sea level. I
Inland
mean, no,
far
-10. She's
negative
negative
10?
10 feet below the sea level.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
you guys have
So
Death
we're
Valley's in California too, isn't it? Lowest
yes.
below sea level. Okay, yeah. Well, hell then, we're practically on a mountain compared to you there. Um, Florida's maximum natural elevation is 345 feet above sea level at Britton
Maximum?
Hill. Yes,
That's the maximum?
yes, the maximum 345 feet.
Wow.
Located in Walton County in the Panhandle near the Alabama border. So it's barely Florida. No offense, Britton Hill. We love you. You're still
Looks
Florida.
like
But
Kansas
yeah, top.
lowest is 679 and the highest is 4,039. But
Wow.
I am at about 1,300.
Let me see. I wonder what the lowest. Is there anywhere in Florida that's below sea level without just being a swamp? I doubt it. Florida's lowest elevation is sea level, 0 feet, which applies to its entire coastline along the Atlantic Ocean and Gulf of Mexico. Average elevation of Florida, approximately 100 feet above sea level. Low-lying areas, particularly in South Florida and the Everglades, are extremely close to sea level, often less than 12 feet. Highest point, yeah, 345 feet. While the natural lowest point is 0, some man-made excavation areas, such as certain commercial basements or mining sites, may exist slightly below sea level. Really, you're gonna include basements, commercial basements? Honestly, I've never known a basement to be a thing in Florida. Like in all of these TV shows and whatever, from like the 80s, 90s, 70s, 80s, 90s and stuff, like the families, homes all have basements and stuff.
A lot
That
of
was
basements in
what?
Kansas.
No, back in the
No basements in California.
my parents' first home back in Miami when they bought it. I think it was built in like the 50s or something. It was a concrete cinder block. It was built like a
Wow.
fortress because hurricanes, right?
That's why we all have basements so we can hide from the tornadoes.
That's a good idea. Yeah, good plan. And you don't hit sea level immediately when your shovel strikes the ground.
That's right.
Yeah.
Um,
It looks
Here,
like
our
there's
lowest elevation is 282 feet below sea level, and the highest is 14,494 feet above sea level.
where's that?
The funny thing about that, it said it's located within Inyo County.
Within okay.
Inyo County is the name of the place. Inyo.
Okay.
That's why I was saying.
And
That's in Yo
Yeah,
County.
right.
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Ah,
That's
yeah.
um yeah, I'm not in Yo County, but it's somewhere near me, I think. Uh Not sure
Well,
where, but yeah, it's somewhere.
anywhere that is a valley has to be surrounded by elevation of some sort.
Yes,
Right?
we're surrounded by mountains. Some of the mountains have snow, some of the mountains have mountains. Yeah, a lot of valleys, like you said.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Florida's pretty much just a pancake.
I mean, we have a desert. I don't know
Like
how below or how
the
high it is above sea
peninsula.
level.
The
Um,
Florida peninsula is like the big old hanging, swinging dick of the
at the
United
bottom,
States,
I know you'd say that.
continental United States. Big old.
Yeah,
And so I guess Cape Canaveral then would be like the bump. That'd be like the little wart on the front of the dick of the country.
Cape Canaveral.
Florida.
Oh man. Anyhow, oh yeah, everybody out there watching, thanks for watching, and catch us on Saturday. You can catch us on Friday too. But yeah, have a good one. Press that thumbs up button, and
Thumbs
again
up.
the little bell.
Like, subscribe, share.